Hello everyone and welcome back to more IMR action. Today is day 3. I'm your caster Invisible Joan and joined by me is, wanna introduce yourself?
NX again.
Yup, it's NX once again, and once again he'll be trying to avoid from being fired today. Nah, I'm just kidding about that. But yeah, welcome back. As I mentioned, this is day 3. Probably. So before we start, for those of you in the chat, let me know if you want to me to tone the audio or anything, because I cannot listen to the stream while commenting at the same time. So while we are at it, I'm gonna head into the brackets just to remind everyone what happened last week. As we can see that in 8 teams, we already lost Armada X and Vicious Voice, as they have been eliminated from this tournament for good. And afterwards, we can see that we have Shadow Gardens versus Somnia today, and ATG versus Somnia that is coming up in today's schedule, while we have the winners and losers bracket people going on here. So, yep, as you can see, this is a match today. So I want to introduce once again what's the match today, NX?
So right now we actually see both SMNs actually being in the match for today. One is the A.SMN and the other is the Lumen. And for now, for the first match, we'll be actually watching A.SMN going against Team Shadow Garden. So a lot of things can happen. We've seen potential in both teams, so I'm actually looking forward to what's going to happen in this match.
Yep. Yeah, so I'm going to continue to introduce the teams for this match. So for A.SMN, we have Nairut, Zuki, Lucas, Annex, Jake, PP Fish, and Slugcat, which we've seen them last week, and we're gonna move on to the second team. And Annex, you can do the honors.
And for the second team, you'll see that for Team Shadow Garden, there's Team SG Shadow, Team Kitty, Team Member Crit, Doma, Carl, and Viru, and Terra.
Yeah, it's player, not team.
Yeah,
and
not team. My bad.
Shakes my head in disapproval. So yeah, we're going to be. Hold on, let me move back to the caster screen. So we are currently waiting on, but yeah, just a reminder, these teams are all in losers bracket. Every game today is in losers bracket. This means one thing is that any team that loses today will also be out for good, because currently we are at the top 6 where teams are fighting to stay alive. So being the losers bracket, they definitely do not want to just be eliminated right here and now.
Yes, and right now for all the teams participating today, if they do lose, then it's game over. It's time to just stop playing for this
tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah. NX, have you updated? Is your game fully updated or no? If no, then you have to use my Discord.
I think I'll just enter. I think I just enter the mobile.
Oh.
Yeah, it should be updated.
Oh yeah, you can commentate watching your phone.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right, then let me know, because the teams are prepared and they're waiting for us.
Oh no.
Yep, I have my mini here, so only you are missing. So yeah, while we're at it, we're gonna talk about the B1 first half, as it's already decided that Chinatown has been selected and SG Thunder going first. So these two teams have a different situation, because A.SMN is the team that won from the losers bracket. Meanwhile, Shadow Gardens, they were the winners of Group B, but they unfortunately lost to Group A's winner, Team Vacuity, so that's why they had to drop down and face against A.SMN here. So this will be the battle between Group B's first place against Group D's second place here. So one team just got out of the losers bracket, the other team was first place in the qualifiers and dropped down. They are in different situations, but they're now at the same standing ground today. So let's see how is this going to play off. I'm going to tell Night Owl to start. Yeah. So, yep, we're going to begin. So.
Disconnected.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, so while we're at it, we're going to be like, I'm wondering what are we going to be seeing from Doma. Per my memory, I think Doma played the Shadow last week that got, or rather, I forgot who was it, but Team SG played a Shadow last week that unfortunately got first gate in Chinatown. But they're going to be looking to change things this time around, so let's see how this play off, as we're going to be seeing the Cord and the Priestess getting banned, meaning that the anti-Cord has been let out here, NX.
Yeah, and well, right now we see the map is actually still under Chinatown,
Yeah.
which means that there is still chance for Team A.SMN, because remember Team Shadow Garden did get a full escape for the previous Chinatown match as a Hunter. So right now we can see them, the Hunter banning Mercenary as well, and the Survivors picking Fire Investigator, Magician, and First Officer. So we see the permanent bans being the Fire Investigator and Magician, but they are putting in First Officer as a third option, meaning they plan to probably use him again in the next BO.
Yeah, probably. And oh, by the way, the bans are going very quick. It seems that the teams have already decided in advance what do they want.
Yeah, and the final ban for the Hunter is Psychologist, while the final pick for Survivor is Cheerleader. So there will be a Cheerleader, Fire Investigator, Magician, and First Officer in this match.
Well, it seems to me that one thing is pretty obvious is that the Survivors, they sort of like... No, it seems to me that the Survivors, they're
planning a counter.
Yeah, counter Ivy. Yeah, my bad. I was too busy fixing something just now. Yeah, it seems to me that they are definitely preparing to like counter an Ivy here. So let's see how this play out to the Survivors.
Yeah, because right now we see Cheerleader, which is a great counter for Ivy. First Officer usually is as a half HP rescue potential, and also to avoid getting spotted by the Hunter's leech ability if Hunter's hard chasing them.
Yeah.
And then Magician also can counter the leech as well, like just one magic wand when the leech called on him and he's just missing case. Hunter won't be able to find him. And Fire Investigator is for the transitioning, blocking paths. It seems like it's almost a good counter against an Ivy. Will the Hunter still pick an Ivy is the biggest question.
Yeah, this is actually what I was about to say, because there is actually still like a potential for the Opera Singer though, because the Opera Singer is good against like this team con. We have Cheerleader, we have Fire Investigator. Like we have Cheerleader, Fire... Oh, hold on. Yep, exactly what I mentioned over there. It is going to be the Opera Singer, because Opera Singer is good against Cheerleader and Fire Investigator. As I mentioned, Magician, not quite 50-50, but still movable. And yeah, so because Chinatown is actually one of the maps where the Opera Singer is very strong, because there are a lot of like shadow areas, so that it will be very easy for the Opera Singer to dance, to like jump around here, jump around there, and is able to like transition through the map very fast.
Yeah, and the bad part for the Survivor side is that because there is a Cheerleader which is good against an Ivy, but it doesn't work that well against an Opera Singer, because although she uses her cheer to speed up, Opera Singer can just catch up within seconds.
Yeah, a very good point. That's exactly the point of why Cheerleader is afraid of the Opera Singer. So we are going to be heading into area selection here. As you can see that the Magician is actually going to be the one spawning at the center. Now that is one interesting pick here.
It looks like they're trying to keep the First Officer safe apparently with this kind of spawn point. But so First Officer is being kept safe. Hunter, being an Opera Singer, most likely will spawn top left or middle right. And yep, top left it is. And the Opera Singer will most likely, because of how the Survivors are spawned, the Rescuer isn't even at middle. And now Magician and Fire Investigator are the two Survivors that need to rotate away and transition out before the Hunter catches them.
Yep, exactly. So we'll have to see though, because the Fire Investigator definitely will make a run for it, and Fire Investigator is actually not too good against the Opera Singer too, because like once he uses his rescue pads and uses to bounce himself away, like it's still a distance that is chaseable for the Opera Singer, because the Opera Singer can just dash around a few shadow areas, and then he can successfully, or rather she can successfully make up of the distance lost over there. So this is definitely a counter comp. Like Opera Singer in theory is definitely very strong against this team comp.
Yes, opera singer I feel like can counter the magician and cheerleader the most. But for fire investigator, it's still like a 50-50 based on how fire investigator uses his balloon towel balls. Because if he does use it to block a path, then hunter might end up getting stuck around there and not being able to dash through. So it might buy him time. But other than that, if he uses the ball to push himself away without blocking any paths, then it's going to be very disadvantageous.
Yep, so we're going to be heading into the game. I'm your caster Invisible John, and joined by me is NX. So right off the bat, we can see a Doma here. It's going to be making a dash towards Zuki's Fire Investigator here as we predicted. And early game, you're just going to be like using a few shadow areas just to shrink this gap, and it's already dangerously close here. So we can see that this Fire Investigator has brought Flywheel Effect, which is not too good. Oh, goes for Shadow Dance, able to get Terror Shock 20 seconds within the game. Oh my goodness, that is a very, very risky vault from Zuki's side here, and I don't think that was what they expected, because this is a massive disaster for A.SMN survivors right now.
Yes, the fastest cipher percentage now is just 35%, while Fire Investigator going down and his flywheel not even ready, and you can see Hunter's build is actually an abnormal build, which is going to be very bad for the team, because in terms of Cypher Rush, abnormal really messes up everything. And right now, the survivors are probably panicking, they don't know what to do because of how fast this down is. And
They'll panic
now,
even more after this. They'll panic more even after this. Because the abnormal.
At least first officer came to rescue, so giving the fire investigator some time. Hunter actually did not expect someone to actually rescue before half based on how fast this down is. So this was actually a good play for the survivor side.
No, I actually think that the Hunter did expect, and oh, Flywheel Effect, hold on, and there goes it down, unfortunately not being able to utilize the rescue pad. But as I mentioned, I feel like the Hunter expected this. He just wanted to go and kick the Cypher, because I feel like allowing a free rescue is definitely worth it, the fact that a near half Cypher is totally reduced to 0. Because look at this, this Cypher progress is only one whole Cypher in total. It is a basement chair, and adding the fact that this is the Fire Investigator's second chair. Like, if we see this progress, it's going to be bad if this is the first down Cypher progress, but this is not the first down, it's the second down. The Cyphers are beyond enough for A.SMN. That early Terror Shock is just like very detrimental for them.
Yeah, and seems like the cheerleader wants to actually go for the rescue, which actually might work out. If she takes a body block, that would be best. And then taking a body block, Fire Investigator can use the ball to actually block off the entrance if he wants to. Yep, doing that. So being able to buy some time, cheerleader giving him some cheer to actually dash up to on top hotel. So this extends the time, but it is going to be very chaotic because now cheerleader's health is low, needs to get a reset, and the fire investigator is now just going to be panicking the whole time because this is his final chair and he will be going down right about now.
Yeah, exactly as you mentioned, the fire investigator not being able to utilize anything else, so down he goes. And look at this, just look at the Cypher progress. There's only 2 in total. And there's like 3 whole Cyphers behind. Cheerleader is also like in half health, so the survivors have to like spend some time to heal up. So this is not looking good for the survivors at all. Currently, and the other bad news is that the opera singer is still abnormal in place. So here all he can do is to force out a watch and then go and transition to the next survivor, as he can just slowly wear out the survivor's items too.
Yeah, but now luckily for the cheerleader, she is being hit by Magician at the second story on top Mannequin House, but seems like Hunter is already on his way to that location, so he might spot them eventually. But right now, seems like for the Hunter side, he's just planning to pressure the Cyphers because he does have Abnormal available once again. And because of them healing upstairs, Hunter not being able to spot them, Hunter will be going towards the first officer at the hotel area.
Yeah, this actually, the Hunter not being able to find anyone actually like gave some free room for survivors, but now he can abnormal this Cypher again, sort of like neglecting the time he lost, or negating. So now the first officer once again beat the chase but the first officer does have one more watch here, so the watch is probably going to be expended now and see. Oh, I thought the fire invests, or rather the opera singer wanted to try and hit the first officer blindly, but I guess the plan is for her to force out and also like make this Cypher lock situation, because as we all know, these 3 Cyphers in this map are very strong linked together, but opera singer seems to be not interested in the linked Cypher and wants to go after Slugcat instead.
And so now there's 3 Cyphers remaining, 2 Cyphers with 15%, while one is actually for 50% borderline. And remember, the hunter is just trying to waste out everyone's util instead of downing them too quickly. And the most ideal right now, I feel like if the hunter really wants to down someone, it would be the cheerleader, based on how she becomes slow after a while.
Oh!
And did she vault back?
Yeah, I
Okay,
feel
so
like that was a bit of a misclick on their part.
I think they wanted to push down the pallet, accidentally vaulting the window again.
Well, let's see though, because the thing though is that even though the thing is that this hunter did took some time to down the cheerleader, so this is actually good news for the survivors because 1.5 ciphers has been gone in the meantime because the opera singer didn't commit himself to a target. So this is actually the good news and gave the survivors some breathing room. I personally felt like it would have been better if the opera singer chose to camp these 4-length ciphers because right now he should just ignore the cipher that is at the corner and go after these 4-length ciphers instead because those are the ciphers that are strong.
Yeah, but now because first officer's rescuing, hunter's just deciding, let me just pressure this because no way a survivor is going to be doing 2 of these ciphers, like one survivor is doing 2 of the ciphers at the same time. So hunter's probably feeling more relaxed, but remember hunter still has abnormal just in case they feel a little bit pressured. And chasing first officer first because he doesn't have ability anymore. So first officer will be going down beside one of the higher progress ciphers, which is where the magician is at. And I believe Hunter will be trying to go for a basement chair instead for this. So this is going to pressure the team even more.
He should abnormal this, abnormal. Because right now this cipher is the key. He cannot let this cipher being popped under any circumstance because the other cipher he cannot stop it, so he must abnormal this one. Yeah, because the moment this one gets popped, then that means that he has to swap the teleport to stop the other one. But then this also opens up the room for the survivors to decode the ciphers around there. Like I've mentioned about this, the hunter not camping those free link cipher is actually not good for him at all.
Yes, and the cheerleader. Oh, I thought she would be able to vault. Unfortunate, but right now you can see the survivor's just healing up. Cheerleader, I believe this is her second time on chair, so I believe magician has to make his way there as quickly as possible.
Yeah, but the thing though is that the 84% cipher is the one that the cheerleader is at. So actually right now, if the hunter knows that the other 2 ciphers doesn't have progress, he doesn't have to camp that. He can just try and get a farm on the cheerleader. So the key now is that can he find out which direction the first officer is coming from? It seems that he missed for a bit as the first officer is already here and goes for the swing instantly. I thought he would be trying to get the camp, but right now this magician will have to try and like
body block,
protect the
magician
cheerleader
being
for
able to body block.
Balloon.
And now Hunter will probably be changing the chairs, and this is actually very disadvantageous already because Magician is having his first time on a chair, Hunter has no teleport, and now Hunter is going to look for Cheerleader who will most likely just circle around and go for the rescue. So Hunter teleporting back is also, like, there's no point because Cheerleader is just going to buy time. She has 2 cheers ready just in case, and by the time she reaches the chair, Cypher is prime ready because like now she's using 1 cheer, then she's gonna go and rescue. So now she's using a 2nd cheer to buy more time. Magician going down, Cypher is already like close to prime. I think they're gonna force it. Oh, nope, they're not. Okay, so Cheerleader will be trying to sneak in this rescue attempt. But Cypher is prime already, so all Cheerleader has to do is just die nearby the chair.
Oh, misses the swing!
Missing the swing! So now Cypher pop already, and this is quite a dangerous play now because now Hunter doesn't want to go for Cheerleader, going from the Magician instead. Magician using his magic wand, but unfortunately getting down already. So now Hunter knows there's 1 survivor that popped a Cypher at hotel area, so hotel gate is 1. And then the Magician that's also, the Cheerleader that's also ran into Mannequin double story. So Hunter knows the estimate of where these survivors are.
Yep, though one thing to note is that the Magician was dead on chair indeed, so that's why... Oh, teleports to the front gate, but no one is over there though, as the Cheerleader purposely hid away from the 2-story, and it seems that the Hunter does not know. And now that the teleport has been expanded, this actually is going to be like announcing that the first officer is safe and free to pop the other gate. But the first officer also retreated far away, so it will take some time here. As the Cheerleader is the one that cannot go down.
Yeah, the Cheerleader isn't looking at the correct direction, so the Cheerleader actually didn't spot the Hunter coming up from behind her. And now, from the looks of it, it'll just be a only 1-man escape.
Yeah, I feel like the Cheerleader still had cheers to work with. I forgot where the dungeon is, but if he kept the cheers, maybe he'll try to go for a dungeon. So with this being a free-man escape, I just felt like on the Hunter's side, the Hunter could have played for a 4-man because he wasted too much time trying to like switch targets and also like locate the, I think it was a cheerleader with the Soul Cipher, because actually at that point of time, like there were 4 linked ciphers at the back of the hotel, and if the opera singer just played around, then the survivors can never really safely decode the cipher there, and he can slowly like draw out the items, because the cheerleader's items are like rechargeable, but the magician and the first officer's items are not, and once they get expanded and down while field controlling, it would have been a whole different story. So I felt like there was a bit of an error on the opera's part.
Yes, and based on how the survivors play, if you notice, if the survivors actually, like, very unfortunate for the fire investigator, but if the fire investigator did not get terror shock at the start, I believe that the survivors actually could pull off a quite simple draw or even a win at this point, but because of how the pressure works.
Honestly, I won't say that because we only saw terror shock. I think it's not right to assume based on stuff we just see.
Fair, but I witnessed how the fire investigator had like a plan where they still rescued, although getting terror shock for the first time, they still rescued a second time because it was basement and fire investigator is good for keeping the hunter in basement for a short time period.
Yeah.
So because of that, it's I feel like maybe the fire investigator had a plan which maybe might work, but we weren't able to see it, unfortunately.
Yeah. Anyways, we're going to be taking a quick break, and we'll see everyone after the break. See you in a bit.
Death and succession, flux and transformation. All existence bows to the divine scales of justice. Stolen seeds shall bear no fruit. Covetous eyes shall never see the end. Shackled creations shall know not perfection, and thou shall not elude thy fate. Behold this ancient shackle, a miracle coveted by many, condemned to the shadows for miracles wrought. Eyes left blind to secrets glimpse. As one becomes two, so does fate flow. Destiny demands its due.
Not only flowers wither and die.
Death and succession, flux and transformation. All existence bows to the divine scales of justice. Stolen seeds shall bear no fruit. Covetous eyes shall never see the end. Shackled creations shall know not perfection, and thou shalt not elude thy fate. Behold this ancient shackle, a miracle coveted by many, condemned to the shadows for miracles wrought. Eyes left blind to secrets glimpse. As one becomes two, so does fate flow. Destiny demands its due.
Alright, we're back with more IMR action. I'm your caster Invisible Joan, and joined by me is NX, and before we're at it, let's have a quick recap on the results as things ended in a free-man elimination from Shadow Garden after like snowballing from the early terror shock. But Somnia managed to clutch it out and is able to get a one-man escape. So this means that this gives the chance for PP Fish, their hunter, a fighting chance. Because should PP Fish get a 4-man, then this will be A.SMN's win because they managed to get a one-man escape.
Yes, but if PP Fish does get another 3-man, then it'll be going to a draw for the first round.
Yep, exactly. And if he gets a tie, then Shadow Garden is going to win because yeah, Shadow Garden Hunter performed pretty well in achieving a 3-man elimination. So the pressure is definitely onto A.SMN's Hunter right now, but because they must get at least a 3-man escape, or rather a 3-man kill to tie up the first round.
Yeah. And right now we can see we've seen how PP Fish played. I even had a time period where, like, on last Sunday when PP Fish played, I was at work and I decided to spectate. I witnessed how PP Fish was very good at pressuring chairs and also like all sorts of stuff.
Yep, exactly. So because I think we also seen him with Opera Singer last week. I think we've also seen him with Opera Singer last week, so maybe we're gonna see this again because Aster chose this map. They're probably also aiming for the exact same thing. They probably also want to aim for like they also probably want to aim for an Opera Singer dominant side. So I feel like this first round may very well be a battle between Opera Singer players here. So it's like, oh, you just managed to 3-man us with Opera Singer. Well, now I'm aiming to 4-man you, type of situation.
Yeah, but this, because we just think about it, it's going to be very, like, it's going to be a very unpredictable kind of match because we do not know what SG might have installed for PP Fish, and PP Fish might also have his own plan which just might fully counter whatever SG might plan to cook.
Well, we never know because we don't know what like these players have up their sleeves, so, and we won't know until we're going to head into the game, which is going to be happening now as we're going to be heading straight into the band pick phase here. So assuming that we know that an Opera Singer is coming out, so I feel like both sides might adjust differently as PP Fish will be getting rid of the Antiquarian and the Priestess first. And honestly at this point the only thing I really say is that we all know why, so may as well not talk about it too much.
Yeah, but right now Priestess and Antiquarian going down because as we are predicting, PP Fish might be playing an Opera Singer. But the survivors decide to make a counterplay and choose Patient and Seer. And usually Opera Singer's weakness is characters that has like broken windows to gain the distance advantage against them. And now we can see the third ban for PP Fish being a mercenary, while the third pick for the survivors will be the first officer. So now we notice that because of all this play, Seer is a very good play against Opera Singer because that Opera Singer is a very fast-paced hunter, will try and hit you very quick. So unless the Opera Singer is able to swing in a way that can bait out the owl, it's very unpredictable because even the hunter won't know how the survivor's gonna, like, when the survivor's gonna owl or not. So now for the fourth ban, it will be the Aeroplanist, and the fourth pick for the survivors will be the Psychologist. So. Yep. With all this play, Psychologist is the weakest survivor, but she does have 3 HP, and if played correctly, she can completely avoid Opera Singer chasing her.
Alright, I'm done with the screen. So, yeah, but this pick from Team SG, so it seems like they're more preparing for an Ivy or something, because, or rather, because the thing though with the Psychologist does not do much against the Opera Singer. It does something against I think it's called the Opera Singer, or rather the Ivy though. So we have to see that why the SG picked the way they did, because there's not too much kiting items for Team SG to utilize in this team comp over here, so I feel like if they're planning something, they definitely have to showcase it soon. Because I feel like in theory this is hard against an Opera.
Yeah, but now the hunter did indeed pick Opera, and like if you're thinking of just the Seer using 1 owl, then I believe it'll be good against an IV. But if not, if the seer wants to gain more hours, having an IV in the match is very difficult because the seer will get countered. Because he needs to stare at the hunter to get the hour, and at the same time staring at the hunter that's an IV will be very troublesome. But now the hunter is indeed an opera singer instead, and we can see the survivors pick where they keep the patient all the way at the top left, where it is a good spot for him because his hooks can actually get out of the second story all the way towards middle side if hooked correctly. And now they're keeping the seer safe and the psychologist at the safest locations, while the first officer's at middle. So now Hunter's just spawning on the top corner, trying to corner the patient from the looks of it. And based on how this is going to go, doesn't seem like the Hunter is going to the first officer. So patient is going to be the first chase.
Yeah, the patient is definitely going to be the first chase there because in one way or another, the patient sort of is like 50-50 against an opera depending on how it played out, because the patient's hooks can transition from massive distance that even if the opera singer is fast, needs some time to close the distance, especially because we know that when the patient gets on the 2-story, he can also sort of use the hook to transition a massive amount of distance within a short period of time. So this is something that we definitely should pay attention to, but I will say this is going to be a very, very good testament on the patient player skill. Because we have actually seen in Chinese IVL is that patient players, like, the room of errors is very low because it's very easy to miss the hooks, meaning that they cannot make much of a misplay here. So we'll have to see how is the patient player going to play out into the game just later, like into the game.
Yeah, and now we already see the match starting. PP Fish going towards the first officer instead from... yes! Going for the first officer instead. So we'll probably be cutting through first officer towards the seer and then psychologist maybe. But right now, the first officer uses his pocket watch, and yep, it seems like PP Fish might be trying to go for a swing, not being able to get a hit, but still chasing the first officer down, and now changing target towards another survivor probably.
Yeah, I think that's the plan, but I do wonder did he commit a bit too long onto the officer, because this sort of gave the survivor some free, like, the killing time, because we can see now there is a massive amount of gap between him and the survivor. So this means that the survivors now is able to, like, have some breathing room to decode. He is able to close into show off Seer now, and we can see he actually missed the dash over there, which is going to, like, allow the Seer to have 10 seconds more safe time period here. So the Seer can just kite around here, still having 2 in full health and 1 out to utilize.
Yeah, but now Seer going down and 2 ciphers are already at 60+%, while the third one has no progress yet because I believe the psychologist is transitioning around. Seer using his owl, trying to buy some time, and hopefully he makes it to the pallet on time. He should be able to. Yep, making it, pushing a pallet down the wrong side, but vaulting the pallet, and Hunter does use Blink, and Seer using up his flywheel, and Hunter swings after that, going to down the Seer. So now we can already see 2 ciphers are actually done already by now, and Seer is having his first time on the chest. So this, and if Hunter wants to, Hunter might be able to get a hit on first officer.
Watch out! First officer, watch out! Oh my goodness, he's able to get a hit over there. First officer seems to have gotten way too greedy on the cypher, but by allowing to do that, there is a trade-off because the Seer is able to struggle free. So in the end, this is sort of equivalent to like the first officer achieving a body block, as we can see that the first officer got long range healed up. But try to do that, but no, too late. It seems that the first officer there made a massive error, because if you're going to do a long range heal, you do not do that in front of the hunter's face, because now all of a sudden this made the rescuer go down and the game changed just in a dime.
Yeah, and now we just see the Seer is panicking. The Seer is trying to go and find for a cipher to do. Psychology seems like the one that's actually going to rescue, because the patient's still decoding nearer towards middle and the mannequin house. So because Psychologist is the one rescuing, first officer has a slow chair time, so she's trying her best to just buy some time for the team. And first officer, remember, first officer doesn't have any more abilities. So first officer being the pushing down the pallet, and Psychologist luckily taking the body block for the first officer. But now first officer has no abilities or anything, getting terror shock. So now there's 2 survivors that's injured, 1 survivor that's down, and from the looks of it, the game has completely made a turn.
Yeah, it just seems like the first officer over there. First of all, from the balloon, that first balloon hit definitely could be avoided if he just ran behind the windows rather than out in the open. And then the second hit from when the seer gets struggled off, it's actually a win for the survivors because the thing is the seer can escape, but then the first officer, patient made an error there. But I was about to say the first officer chose to go for the heal in front of the hunter's face is just gave the free hit, and this completely turned the game. And I'm not sure if rescuing here is the best idea because the first officer has no more watches to be utilized and cannot really do a rebound kite. So I feel like it would have been better if they just sold, and the patient now is in trouble because the patient tried to snatch the cipher progress in front of the opera, forcing out a hook over there. So now the survivors' items are also dwindling down.
Yep, now psychologist and the seer were able to heal up, while patient is also going to be trying to go away because now after Hunter chest, the first officer Hunter is definitely going towards middle, where there was the last shaking cipher that was probably around 90%. And teleporting and looking around to spot survivor, spotted Shadow, the psychologist, so we'll be chasing her down first. There is 2 ciphers remaining. Both ciphers are at a good percentage. One is 70, one is 50. So unless the hunter is able to down the psychologist fast enough, the survivors will have a high chance in winning this game or getting a draw for. Oh, yep.
Yeah, but the thing is that the survivors just now actually spent the entire time, wasted the entire duration of the psychologist kite healing up over there, which. Because we can see that now it goes down, but they did not gain any cipher in the meantime. I feel like there's a bit of an error because now that the psychologist is down, the opera singer can fully go out to pressure the cipher. So it seems that the survivors made a bit of an error. Now they'll have to send in another survivor to come rescue, and even after the rescue, there's still a cipher that is only around 60% for them.
Ooh. Yeah, hopefully the seer is able to make a rescue. If he pushes on a pallet, should be able to. Oh, no. And Hunter using a charge attack, so baiting out the flywheel, and unfortunately Seer going down. So now the patient has to be the one that rescues, but will he be able to rescue psychologist? He needs to pull off the rescue against psychologist.
Honestly, I believe he cannot rescue because if he goes to rescue, he's just selling himself out, and they still need a 60% cipher. So, and you're also asking for a balloon attack too. So I don't feel like this is the best decision. So let's see.
But you can see the seer actually crawled away, so luckily there will not be any balloon harassing. But Hunter will be most likely trading off the chest. And seer self-healing and going back down, so Hunter should know that there is no need to actually go after the seer. But teleporting and going to be chasing the patient down.
Block the patient though.
Yeah, block the hook, panic swing, and patient will be going down. So now psychologist is just the last one standing. Seer not being able to self-heal, and this game is already looking like it might turn for a 4-man kill for the hunter.
Yeah, I just felt like, actually, up until the balloon attack, everything was good because now we're at the area where we can see that this could have been avoided if the officer just ran behind the windows rather than running out in the open next to where the chair is. But struggling free is not the end of the world because the thing, as I mentioned, is that the seer struggle free, no one is in danger, but then the officer decides to receive the psychologist heal in front of the hunter's face, which is a massive error, and that just ruined Shadow Garden's chances over there too.
Yeah, but psychologist is actually going to be healing up the seer, so Hunter did not notice it, and now that Hunter's noticed it, Hunter is probably going to be chasing down someone who might be rescuing the patient. And pressuring this, so now patient will not be able to get rescued, and this seer and psychologist are just basically forcing down the cipher. Hunter notices this, so Hunter will most likely be chasing the seer first since he has no self-heal. And from the looks of it, psychologist was unable to make it to the chair. She did attempt it, and that was a nice hour from the seer.
Yeah, well, I mean, the owl sort of buys it a bit, but the thing is that the moment someone actually tries to decode a cipher, PB Fish can easily go back. So what the survivors can do is very, very limited at this point of time. So they have to try and play for one man if it's even possible. But if they would get a pass done, so it seems to me that they are able to force it to an endgame situation though. And I feel like they have to pop because the psychologist did not have borrowed time.
Ooh, that. But psychologist not having borrowed time, luckily Hunter did not down her by the time, and she was able to actually pop. Like she was actually able to pallet stun the Hunter. And now the Seer getting chased, and psychologist opening a gate. If the Hunter's not able to down the Seer in time, then this is looking more like a one escape and teleporting to a psychologist. So psychologist might be going down. Yep, going down, and now Seer has to open the gate because it's either open the gate or get a dungeon, which is at tunnel side, and the Hunter is just pressuring both of those areas. So now it's still a potential one man from the looks of this.
I mean, this would depend on what the survivors do. I feel like at this point, the Seer, first of all, he cannot choose appear in front of the gate because that's obviously where the Hunter is. And secondly, he also cannot go down too close to the psychologist because ideally he wants to buy enough time for the psychologist to self-heal himself up. So the Seer will have to be very careful in what he do.
Yeah, I believe the Hunter may have made a little accident because psychologist is still able to self-heal and psychologist is also able to open the gate. So if the Hunter's unlucky, the Seer might actually be able to get a dungeon if he doesn't play his cards right.
Well, because the thing is that the psychologist is able to make a grand escape, but the question is, can Seer get dungeon? Oh, hold on a second! I just realized one horror thing that he does not have the shadow dance. The Seer is free to. The Seer has a flower effect. Is able to? Oh, never mind. Can he crawl in? Can he crawl in? Hold on, fast crawling speed, fast crawling speed. Oh my goodness!
Wow, the Hunter being lucky with managing to pick up the Seer at the last moment before the Seer actually gets to the dungeon.
My heart, man. My heart. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let's talk about there. Because, first of all, I feel like endgame-wise, the Hunter is not clear in his target. Because it's obviously the two survivors are going to force the Cypher. I mean, it's fine pressuring and chasing the psychologist off that Cypher. But once he realized that the Cypher is popping, he should rush back to the Seer. Because, as you mentioned, the Seer no longer has exit path. So the moment Seer goes down, then he has all the time in the world to deal with the psychologist, but he chose to hard pressure the psychologist, and this just gave ample time for the Seer to rush that Cypher. And endgame wise, after he downed the psychologist, I feel like he could have considered dropping the chair is fine, but I feel like he could have went back and forth back to the psychologist, because obviously the psychologist would rush the gate at the back, and it's fine letting the Seer out in the open because the other gate has not been touched.
Yeah, and the fact that you saw psychologist opening the gate already at the start, and then Hunter teleporting to get the psychologist and managing to down psychologist quite fast. But because of the Hunter being the Hunter seemed like he was greedy for the 4-man kill, didn't want the Seer to get a lucky dungeon because psychologist is dead on chair, and also didn't want Seer to open the gate. Hunter decided to leave psychologist on the floor, forgetting that she does still have self-heal, and this placed the highest risk of changing a 3-kill, 4-kill to a draw. And as we can see, the Seer almost got the draw, so it was just based on luck at this point, and the Hunter going to the wrong side, not having the teleport ability for the shadow form, and having to break the pallet, that really changed a lot of things. It basically gave all of us a heart attack.
Yeah, but I believe if he wants a 4K, he had to leave the psychologist on the ground there. But once he saw the Seer going back, I think after a few seconds, he should have dashed straight for the gate, because it's obvious the psychologist would rush that gate. And once the psychologist's self-heal has been expended and psychologist goes down again, then the Seer has nowhere to go because the other gate has not been touched. So I felt like he just made some wrong decisions in the end. But oh my goodness, the first round ended in the heart-wrenching 3-man elimination for both sides. So it seems that we are going to be in the long run. So anyways, we're going to be heading to a quick pause, and we'll see everyone after the break. See you in a bit.
Death and succession, flux and transformation. All existence bows to the divine scales of justice. Stolen seeds shall bear no fruit. Covetous eyes shall never see the end. Shackled creations shall know not perfection, and thou shalt not elude thy fate. Behold this ancient shackle, a miracle coveted by many, condemned to the shadows for miracles wrought, eyes left blind to secrets glimpse. As one becomes two, so does fate flow. Destiny demands its due.
Not only flowers wither and die.
Death and succession, flux and transformation. All existence bows to the divine scales of justice. Stolen seeds shall bear no fruit. Covetous eyes shall never see the end. Shackled creations shall know not perfection, and thou shalt not elude thy fate. Behold this ancient shackle, a miracle coveted by many, condemned to the shadows for miracles wrought, eyes left blind to secrets glimpse. As one becomes two, so does fate flow. Destiny demands its due.
Not only flowers wither and die.
Death and succession, flux and transformation. All existence bows to the divine scales of justice. Stolen seeds shall bear no fruit. Covetous eyes shall never see the end. Shackled creations shall know not perfection, and thou shalt not elude thy fate. Behold this ancient shackle, a miracle coveted by many, condemned to the shadows for miracles wrought, eyes left blind to secrets glimpse. As one becomes two, so does fate flow. Destiny demands its due.
Not only flowers wither and die.
Death and succession, flux and transformation. All existence bows to the divine scales of justice. Stolen seeds shall bear no fruit. Covetous eyes shall never see the end. Shackled creations shall know not perfection, and thou shalt not elude thy fate. Behold this ancient shackle, a miracle coveted by many, condemned to the shadows for miracles wrought, Eyes left blind to secrets glimpsed. As one becomes two, so does fate flow. Destiny demands its due.
Not only flowers wither and die.
Death and succession, flux and transformation. All existence bows to the divine scales of justice. Stolen seeds shall bear no fruit. Covetous eyes shall never see the end. Shackled creations shall know not perfection. And thou shalt not elude thy fate. Behold this ancient shackle, a miracle coveted by many, condemned to the shadows for miracles wrought, eyes left blind to secrets glimpsed. As one becomes two, so does fate flow. Destiny demands its due.
Not only flowers wither and die.
Oh, I came back with a cough, lol. Anyways, welcome back. So we're back with more IMR action. I almost said IVA again. So just a quick recap on the scoreboard, because we currently, the first round is all tied up, meaning that there will be a third round heading into today's match. Today, this being the loser's bracket and all, it seems that both A.SMN and Shadow Garden both do not want to go down without a fight here. So yeah, first round being a tie, so this means that it's a close match so far, and both teams definitely will want to fight for a second fight to strive through, right?
Yeah, so now in BO2 there definitely will be a BO3, so this is just based on how BO2's played, so that BO3 will be the more risky side. So now I'm just rooting for both teams because both teams do have a very good potential.
Yeah, and honestly, as the organizer, I have to be unbiased, so I'm also I'm not rooting for either team or any team. I'm just like, please give me the best performance, as I want to commentate the most exciting, exhilarating, and intense matches, like the last round that almost gave me a heart attack.
Yeah, the last round was really like, if I died, it would be by a heart attack.
Yeah, because as we all know, ITV makes your heart race like crazy. Oh, by the way, are you in the lobby yet? Oh yes, we're waiting for my ult. So yeah, apologies as I'm trying to get my ult into the lobby there. So while we're at it, we have to remember global bans are in play, and SG, they expanded their patient, which is not too bad, but they also expanded their seer, which may be a bit of a danger, because this means that they gave PB Fish some clear indication that they can ban other stuff.
Yeah, and now because of this global ban, Seer usually is one of the most common survivor bans, and because of them being now in the global bans, I see it a very big challenge for Team SG for BO2 and BO3.
Yeah, because Seer being banned means that they don't have that many strong character available comparing. So we're gonna move on to the ban pick stream real quick. Oops, my bad, I forgot to hide the Antiquarian and Priestess, but oh, never mind, I don't need to care because the Antiquarian did get banned anyways, but the second survivor that got banned is the Prisoner rather than the Priestess. I think PB Fish is expecting that his opera singer is going to get banned, which is exactly what happened, and he's probably preparing for a potential shadow here.
Yes, because we do know that Team SG are actually like their team is known for their Cypher Rush. Like you saw how PP Fish was able to down the Seer previously, and already 2 Cyphers pop. So Cypher Rush is somewhat there, and meaning now him banning Prisoner, he just doesn't want that Cypher Rush.
Oh, definitely he does not want. But the Court and the Prospector is gonna go in play here. Prospector, I think we all know what this means because they are gonna be preparing for a potential IV. Because Prospector counters it by using the Magnet to cancel the 100 corruption level here. So PvP Fish will have to be very careful in his picks, but he will be banning the Psychologist. Maybe he's still leaning towards the Shadow because the Shadow does not like the Psycho either.
Yeah, so now, but Shadow and wait. So now Survivor's just picking Coordinator, Mercenary as the 2 people. Like it's basically a flare gun and another Prospector as a stun, and then Mercenary as the rescuer. So Hunter is also going to be pressured to either bring Excitement or going to bring a completely different build. And then now there is a Barmaid. So this is basically giving the Hunter a decision to make. It's either chase the Barmaid down, which she can heal with a Dovlin unless you potentially use your Blink up, or you change your ability to an Excitement to prepare for the flare gun.
I'm going to say this, Ivy will have a hard time with this team comp because the moment Barmaid gets hit, she has so many things to work with. Her Wine, Court's Flare Gun, Prospector's Magnet, and Court same thing. And I just feel like there's a lot of potential from Shadow Guardian's team comp over here. Like they can do a lot of things. So PB Fish will have to make his choice very carefully if he still wants to play the Ivy or not, just because I feel like Ivy will have a very hard time, because if the survivors can coordinate it correctly, then this would be like have infinite possibilities.
Yeah, and now because of this, what do you think the Hunter might actually play?
I mean, first of all, the Shadow will always be one. I'm trying to think, PB Fish also has a breaking wheel from what I know, but the breaking wheel is not that good at this map. I'm trying to think what else. Let's see. I was about to say Night Watch, and oh, there we have it. So we are going to be seeing the Hunter going to be Night Watch. I guess they're taking a page out of the book from Lumen Somnia, their sister team's Hunter player here. So Night Watch is playable, but I think you have to think on what persona you're going to bring, because Night Watch is still only a 50-50 scenario because the survivors have a lot of resources for on their disposal.
Yes, and the issue is Night Watch also, despite him being good with his sucking ability, he does get countered by Prospector. And like getting Barmaid is one thing, Coordinator can also be another, but Prospector and Mercenary might be the biggest challenge if he even decides to do first chase on them.
Yeah, so that really depends on... I think, first of all, we have to see how this Night Watch player plays, because he has to think very, very carefully, because if he does one step wrong, then the survivors can recover from this situation with the Court's Flare Gun, with with the Prospector's Magnus, with the Barmaid's Dublin Wine. There's like a lot of potential for the survivors here. So for PB Fish over here, he has to think very carefully on what he wants to do.
Yeah, and it seems like PP Fish now spawn at Graveyard. So the survivors that place, you can see the Coordinator being at Shack, the Prospector being at middle, Barmaid being at the middle right side, and Mercenary being at the wedding area. So because of this, now you see the team setup. Hunter spawning in Graveyard is to prevent the Barmaid from rotating or transitioning into Graveyard side if Hunter did spawn at Backgate instead. So how will Barmaid actually be able to will Barmaid actually be able to rotate out, transition away, or will she be stuck at that area?
I think the thing is that because we can see that the Prospector at the center along with the Court, so there is a potential that once the Barmaid got hit, the Barmaid can just dash into the Shack and ask help from the Coordinator, or dash into the Church and ask help from the Prospector. There's just a lot of potential here. So I feel like the Barmaid being chased is exactly what the survivors wanted. So PB Fish will have to think very carefully if he wants to break through like the survivors' plans, as we're going to be heading into the game straight away.
Yep, seems like the hunter's surely going towards the barmaid and already seeing the barmaid and deciding to just change completely, make a straight left turn into the prospector. And although this is good, prospector is in church, so vaulting the window, it is going to buy some time. So hunter deciding not to chase him first and just breaking pallets.
Honestly, chasing the prospector is good because the thing is that we mentioned the infinite possibilities if he chased the barmaid first. Chasing the prospector is going to ruin their plans a bit, but it seems that PP Fish lost sight of the prospector a bit, but No is able to find. But there is a bit of a traffic jam as we're going to be see he's actually like between the barmaid and the coordinator, so he has to like think very carefully, or the prospector has to think very carefully and to not into disrupting the survivors too much. Decoding.
Yeah, because just now coordinator actually did stop decoding for a split moment just because she was scared that the hunter was going to go after her instead. But prospector, remember, prospector is good against this hunter because if the hunter uses his ability, prospector can throw a magnet, run into the hunter, and just fully cancel out the ability. So
Hold on.
Yep.
Whoa, for a split second, I was a bit worried that this would be a cancel attack recovery situation. Oh, goes for the swing, is able to flyable effect away. A very nice play from the Shadow here, and now he's entering the church. But one thing we should note is that because of his kiting route, he has been disrupting the barmaid over and over, and the barmaid did not even touch the cipher till very recently. So this is like one bad news despite him lasting for long. Oh, goes for the warp here, but accidentally warps a bit too far, so now he has forced a warp back, but the prospector can just vault through back, so this warp is wasted on PD Fish's part. Oh, let's see, we have another magnet to work with. Is able to use the magnet to cancel out just to buy a bit more time here, but it seems that the plan for the prospector to try and get and block for barmaid did not work. And oh, goes for the swing here, able to use the speed boost from the cipher. I feel like the best move now for the barmaid to come and block. We see that barmaid ran away, but I feel like it would be better if she chose to like block over here and use the wine to regen herself. But this does not seem to be the case, so this will be a down with only 2 ciphers, as I feel like the survivors did not coordinate the decoding progress really well.
Yeah, but now the prospector going down, 2 ciphers were able to be completed, and you can see there are like four ciphers that actually have little progress. 1 cipher being like actually 2 ciphers being 30%, and the mercenary will be going for the rescue. So the cipher rush is still somewhat there to an extent, and mercenary will be able to pull off this one rescue.
Oh, let's see, does the prospector rebound kite? The prospector does have 1 magnet to work with, but I feel like it will be better if he not use this magnet. Yep, he did not use this magnet, probably want to save it for when the coordinator comes later on. So, one thing to note is that this is the pre-nerf prospector, because like we are going to be receiving a balance change soon, and the prospector will be nerfed like I think next week, but for now the prospector's magnet still regen faster. And now the court has a flare gun, so actually there is still a lot of potential here for the survivors if they played it right. But hold on, the coordinator is gonna get busted here. Hold on. Yep, it's able to get busted, playing a bit of a hide and seek there. But it's able to hold on. This is very dangerous. Has to instantly use the flare gun, or else this would be a failed rescue. So now let's see, how long can this prospector last?
Yep, coordinator taking a body block, so prospector will be able to extend his kite. 2 ciphers already done. So now with his magnet being able to push the hunter further away, so this is just going to extend his kite, and there's 1 cipher remaining which is 36% at his highest. Hunter trying to charge attack by getting magnet, and looks like prospector's second flywheel was successful, and he's just extending his kite as much as he can.
Oh!
Pallet stunning the hunter too, gaining an extra extension. So now if coordinator is able to self-heal in time, she should be able to... Oh,
No.
oh, yeah, unfortunately not being able to do so. But coordinator was able to self-heal. She was planning to go and help the prospector. Also sorry for not talking much, my father came into the room.
It's okay, we have those moments. So actually now this is going to approaching a 3-man endgame, so at this point of time the survivors would probably just play for a draw over here, because yeah they probably have to play for a draw. Anyways, now that we're gonna be approaching endgame, we can see that the mercenary actually not being able to elbow pad away is able to take a hit though. This is a relatively early approaching endgame, but fortunately for the survivors is that Nightwatch currently does not have any pullback, or rather like any skills.
And you can see the mercenary just purposely going away from back gate. So this just allows the survivor to get a most likely draw scenario from this, because Hunter has no abilities, the survivors know this, and the coordinator is also keeping a distance just in case. And because Hunter had to chase down the mercenary to check him, and mercenary did die very far, the two survivors were able to escape. So this leads to a draw for both teams for the first BO2.
Yep, this will be a tie over there, and I feel like the survivors definitely... There was potential for a 3-man escape, but we have to like applaud PP Fish from staying his nerve and able to get a tie. But that Prospector definitely lasted for a very amount of time there. Like, amazing play from SG Shadow over there. And honestly, I just feel like the only thing that could have been different is if the barmate... First of all, if the barmate came to block. And second of all, is that I feel like the barmate rotated around the entire map instead of like staying to Cypher, because the chase was always near her. I feel like they could have communicated that better. But apart from that, a pretty strong performance from SG survivors.
Yes, and we also saw how the Prospector was able to do 2 flywheels at the pallet area, pallet and window, and those 2 flywheels really changed a lot of, like, it increased the time by a lot.
Yeah, definitely. Anyways, we're going to take in a quick break, and we'll see everyone after the break. See you in a bit. Wait, I forgot how to pause.
Huh.
Rising breeze in the circle of shadows. Soon we will hear the whispers and the rising breeze. So with feathers, smasher of the cage, carven tails, ledges will remain. I see twisty face, gazing into lake of sorrows. Grow the watching and the light, sleeping peace. A spirit appear. We can find who he is. Never doubt, never try to be. Hold my hand and never let it go. If you're wondering why, magic will show you the freedom on the violet moon. We will sing and we will dream, dancing all night through. Witness the price of cruelty, a world falling to the chaos. Living his screams, pay back for their sins, trapped in destiny. You should never pray, you should never bleed. Hold my hand, never lose. Let's return to the nature of freedom. Return our home. Rising breeze in the circle of shadows. Soon we will hear the whispers and the rising breeze. So with feathers, smasher of the cage, carven tails, ledges will remain. I see twisty face, gazing into lake of sorrows. Grow the watching and the light, sleeping peace. A spirit appear. We can find who he is. Never doubt, never try to be. Hold my hand and never let it go. If you're wondering why, magic will show you the freedom on the violet moon. Sing and we will dream, dancing all night through. Witness the price of cruelty, lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like humans, are trustworthy companions.
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita.
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind. Observe, imitate, strike! Under the cloak of night, the prey becomes the hunter!
Goodness me, would you look at
Man
that?
lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like humans, are trustworthy companions.
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita.
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind. Observe, imitate, strike! Under the cloak of night, the prey becomes the hunter!
Goodness me, would you look at
Man
that?
lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like humans, are trustworthy companions.
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita.
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst.
Alright everyone, we're back with more IMR action. I don't know why I keep wanting to say IVA. But, yeah, we're gonna be moving into the BO2 second half between Team SG and Team A.SMN. Oh, oops, wrong one. So, we can see things are all tied up, and honestly, last round Team SG Survivor played very well, and this just makes me very more excited for more of the matches, aren't you, NX?
Yeah, and now in BO3, like there's like a lot of pressure for both teams because now one team got a draw, and okay, wait, I'm actually blurred.
Nah, it's
Can
okay.
you stream?
Sorry?
Can you stream?
Oh, something happened?
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, now you're able to see my screen. So we are going to be heading into the... Oh my god, my brain, something wrong with my brain because I keep moving into the wrong screen. So we are going to be heading into the second round as Doma is going to be hunting once again. On the survivors end, we see that Jake has swapped into... Or wait, I forgot who it was, but they swapped into Nairut. And the first... I forgot to prepare the global bands. I'm rusty. The global bands are Fire Investigator and the Magician, and I'll be sure to remember to not make this error again next game. And the survivors' picks bands are going to be the Coordinator and the Priestess. So, yeah, so
Yes.
far it seems like this is a common thing for Doma's side.
Yeah, but we see the survivors actually banning the Shadow. So banning Shadow, but also picking Cheerleader and Painter as the survivor side. So this, at the same time, it's good, but I feel like this might be a bad decision because although you ban Shadow, you are opening up an opera singer, and having cheerleader in there and a painter which needs some time to paint his stun paintings is going to be very disadvantageous, especially against opera singer.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what exactly is A.SMN's plan, because if they pick cheerleader, then may as well ban the opera singer and let out the Shadow instead. Though we are going to be seeing the psychologist like, hold on, this everything is leaning towards an Ivy counter comp, but they banned the Ivy and let out this opera singer. This does seem a bit interesting. It's like, should A.SMN win? I would definitely have to ask them about this ban pick later on.
Maybe their plan. Maybe they want the hunter to pick opera. You know, maybe they're summoning the opera singer at this rate.
They're like, come on, come, show me your opera. I want to fight against it type of situation.
Oh, and yep. So hunter banning priestess, coordinator, seer, and mercenary, while the survivors decided to pick on cheerleader, painter, psychologist, and first officer, all basically counters of an IV. So
Which they banned.
Which they banned. So from the looks of it, hunter's definitely more than tempted to actually pick an opera singer. So how, like, will the hunter think that this might be some mind game, or will hunter just completely flip out another character?
Sorry, my bad. I was just checking on the chat over there. But anyways, opera singer in here just seems everything can be different. Like you know, because the screen was messed up. But I just felt like if opera singer in Red Church is very strong, because Red Church is a map that is small that opera singer can control. Because we all seen some videos where the Red Church, like, opera singer can dash towards the back gate from the front in under 15 seconds. And we are going to be seeing the hunter pick, which is indeed going to beat opera singer. So I really do wonder what is A.SMN's plan here, and how are they going to plan to kite out this opera with this with like this team comp where lots of them don't have too much kiting abilities early game.
Yeah, but from what we know, usually if a survivor is purposely trying to force out opera singer, we'll most likely see all of them bringing 9 broken windows, because having flywheel against an opera singer might not really be as good. So from the looks of it, yep, or every survivor has decided to bring 9, so they were intentionally trying to bring out opera singer in this map. Maybe they have a tactic, maybe they plan something against the opera singer, but now from what we can see, they play psychologist in graveyard instead of middle, which actually baited the hunter to think psychologist would have been in middle. So now hunter actually spawning on the middle left side at middle broken. So this actually seems like a very tough thing for the hunter, but the hunter's first chase will most likely be the cheerleader, which is good. But if the cheerleader is able to rotate far enough and transition, she might be able to kite longer.
Well, I'm not sure if like they wanted to bait the hunter into thinking psycho at the middle, because psychologist will never be at the middle, because this is like equivalent to a death sentence. But we are going to be seeing the cheerleader here, and honestly, for the opera singer, the opera can chase anyone first, apart from the officer, because it's just too viable. And we've actually seen that in last game, the opera singer, like in BO1, opera singer almost achieved a format elimination on top of A.SMN survivor. And the fact that they let it out and are willing to face it again means that they probably have a plan. And I cannot wait to see what plan do they have. Like, would this painter play off? Because we actually been seeing that the painter has received a lot of attention after the IVL finals, after Team WBG did a lot of cool things against using it. So let's see how this plays off, NX.
Yeah, and because of where hunter spawn, definitely the first chase will most likely be cheerleader, unless hunter feels like a shack. But cheerleader hopefully will be able to transition away faster than the hunters dash themselves. So hunter already spotted the cheerleader and already sees the trail, but getting stuck from the looks of it. And hunter actually has peepers with them instead of abnormal or blink.
Yeah, because the thing is that opera singer received some nerfs, so now she's no longer that strong in palette areas. It's very common for opera singer players to bring peepers in small map in this meta, so he's going to going after Zuki's cheerleader and missing a dash there, which is going to give Zuki some breathing time, and Zuki's slamming that pallet, but the moment it gets break, the cheerleader has nothing to work with, so now he has to utilize it. Goes for the vault there, and he still has one more cheer to work with, using it now to make sure that he's gonna get through the window. Currently, Zuki doing a very great job in making sure that he does not get hit, but it's gonna take the first hit here. And we'll have to see how he plays out because the opera singer still has a shadow dance, but thank goodness for her that the shadows are gone.
And now the cheerleader will be actually transitioning to the graveyard side, while we can already see the psychologist transition moved her way towards middle instead. So psychologist went from graveyard to middle, cheerleader unfortunately going down, but being able to buy quite a decent amount of time for the team. And first officer already preparing the rescue made his way towards graveyard and is just going to be circling around. So Hunter will not expect first officer to come from this side instead.
Yeah, so currently this is around a 2, near 2.5 cipher situation, which is almost like a 50-50 to both sides. But the good thing is that cheerleader still has a speed boost, is able to use the watch over here. But hold on, whoa, that was a pretty close. The officer gonna mind game it here, looking to delay the rescue as much as possible, but it's gonna take a hit, so let's see, will this opera singer try and achieve her double down? Does seem like it uses the watch, missing the swing barely, so a very good move on cheerleader or on officer's part, and now he'll have to go hard after this cheerleader.
Yeah, and now cheerleader actually trying to loop but might not be able to because of Hunter's fast speed, vaulting back out of church and going to die closer towards graveyard. So I believe that basement actually is inside church, so cheerleader does not want that basement chair. And first officer is actually being healed by psychologist right now, and he's going to be he's going to rescue again.
Yeah, I just felt like it might be better if they planned this earlier, so that the officer would not be caught in such a bad position, because in this position there's a danger of getting doubled down, but it seems that the opera singer thought that someone was decoding the cipher at the ruins, but no one was actually over there. So this just allowed the officer to get very close to the chair, and now we're just playing mind games here.
Ooh, and first officer being able to rescue, not getting terror shot and also body blocking at the same time. Cheerleader using the chair to get the distance, managing to dodge that swing when vaulting in, and now being body blocked by the painter. So painter will also be supporting the cheerleader and will be most likely getting a painting at the same time. So Hunter out vaulting the painter, and painter already making a drawing while cheerleader has to pray for her life and unfortunately going down. Yeah, so now cheerleader will be dead on chair. And but there is 2 ciphers remaining at a very good percentage.
Yeah, well, the good news is that this is probably going to be a free-man endgame for the survivors, but the good news for the survivors is that they actually have the painter's paintings. This can mean that there might be a potential to use the paintings to do something. The cipher's already primed. I think that they should just pop it, or rather they probably want to wait a bit longer. Yep. Over here, but Hunter using the peepers not the best move, and hitting now is also not the best move, because this means that there's no skills to utilize endgame, meaning that he lost the chance to teleport and try and achieve a free-man elimination or anything, so his only move left is to down the psychologist, which he should be able to because there's no dungeon at this side of the map.
Yeah, and now psychologist will be going down because there are no palettes, no windows, no abilities, and we can already see painter actually just placed another painting. He placed one painting at the gate and another painting is holding on to just in case if psychologist was able to actually make it to the dungeon. So this goes for a draw again for both teams.
Oh my goodness, so this is really a back and forth between both teams. Both teams achieving a free-man elimination at round 1. Both teams achieving a tie in the round 2. So now we're heading in the 3rd round and everything is still tied up, meaning that this round changes everything. And oh my goodness, I just felt like for like the survivors part, maybe they could have popped the last cipher earlier, but probably they wanted to wait for their teammates to get to the gate. And for the opera, I think that he should not have dropped that peeper there, because that means that there's no trump card to utilize endgame and he lost his chance for a free man.
Yeah, I believe though that if psychologist actually had popped the cipher and didn't go to back gate, because you see the dungeon is at graveyard and the gate that's being opened is at wedding. So although she doesn't want to pressure the gate, I think it's actually a good idea to also pressure it, because there is a painter that has his paintings. He can place down a painting maybe at the site at graveyard there, in between graveyard and wedding, and then maybe paint another painting and place it down at the gate itself. So this can at least enable the psychologist to maneuver between places instead of going to a place that's already been utilized by the cheerleader at the start of the game.
Exactly. So honestly, I just feel like this is a very back and forth between both teams. Like both teams are performing very well and they do not want to go down, as anyone that loses today will be eliminated. So we are going to be heading into the third round soon, where everything is all tied up and only one round will make the difference, or maybe overtime, who knows. So we're going to be heading into a break and we'll see everyone at the second half, or rather the third round of this match between A.SMN and Shadow Garden. See you in a bit.
Goodness me, would you look at
Man
that?
lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like humans, are trustworthy companions.
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita.
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind. Observe, imitate, strike! Under the cloak of night, the prey becomes the hunter!
Goodness me, would you look at
Man
that?
lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like humans, are trustworthy companions.
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita.
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind. Observe, imitate, strike! Under the cloak of night, the prey becomes the hunter!
Goodness me, would you look at
Man
that?
lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like humans, are trustworthy companions.
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita.
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind. Observe, imitate, strike! Under the cloak of night, the prey becomes the hunter!
Goodness me, would you look at
Man
that?
lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like humans, are trustworthy companions.
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita.
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind. imitate, strike! Under the cloak of night, the prey becomes the hunter!
Goodness me, would you look at
Man
that?
lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like humans, are trustworthy companions!
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita!
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind. Observe, imitate, strike! Under the cloak of night, the prey becomes the hunter!
Goodness me, would you look at
Man
that?
lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like humans, are trustworthy companions!
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita!
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind. Observe, imitate, strike! Under the cloak of night, the prey becomes the hunter!
Goodness me, would you look at
Man
that?
lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like humans, are trustworthy companions!
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita!
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind. Observe, imitate, strike! Under the cloak of night, the prey becomes the hunter!
Goodness me, would you look at
Man
that?
lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like humans, are trustworthy companions!
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita!
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind. Observe, imitate, strike! Under the cloak of night, the prey becomes the hunter!
Goodness me, would you look at
Man
that?
lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, Elves, much like humans, are trustworthy companions.
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita!
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind.
Alright, we're back. So, wait, what are you doing? Oh my god, NX, what did you just do?
Don't worry about it. We don't look at that. Close your eyes.
Alright. So, yeah, we're back. Sorry, there was some issue that I had to solve in between the matches. So, just a quick recap onto the results as currently, things are all tied up, isn't it, NX?
Yes, so right now things are tied up. We're in BO3. Both teams are probably getting tired and also very pressured at the same time. Right now, I just see A.SMN typing in the channel for me to give you a warning. So
wait, what did they just do?
they say give Jong a warning.
Give Jong fake warning. well, Lucas got a warning for threatening staff members, a joke warning. So, anyways, yeah, just some funny things happened behind the scenes. Hold on, the lobby should be finished. Wait, where is my
Where's your child account?
Yeah, my child account is literally called Mini Jong.
Miniature. Okay, so while waiting for Jong, we'll be going to our sponsor for today's video. So this video is sponsored by Actually, what's a good sponsor for an IDV video?
Hold on, can you talk for a bit as I need to fix something?
Okay, so right now we're already at the band picks, and the first two being banned is Priestess and Prisoner. Remember, the permanent bans are Magician, Cheerleader, Fire Investigator, and Painter. And for the survivors, they have decided to place their first two Hunter bans as the Opera Singer and Smiley Face, as the Hunter has changed into Carl, who is known for his Smiley Face.
Yep.
So his second main that everyone knows is an Opera Singer, which he was able to play both those characters at one point. I think it was before the live streaming. And now Survivor's first two picks will be Psychologist and Embalmer, while the Hunter's next ban will be the Mercenary. So Priestess, Prisoner, and Mercenary ban, while Survivors on their third pick, which looks like a Prospector.
Yeah, hold on, things are moving along very fast. So the first two picks are Psychologist and Embalmer, yeah.
So right now, Hunter's banning their fourth survivor, so they're taking their time. So this is time for you.
Yeah, yeah, this is definitely my time now. As the Mercenary is the third one, Prospector is the third one.
Oh, and it seems like First Officer is going to be the fourth ban. So this actually limits the survivor to actually play as a rescuer. They are limited, and they decided to go with Gravekeeper. So Moonlit having a Mercenary ban is going to be difficult, and First Officer as well. So now First Officer doesn't even have his Pocket Watch type ability. So now it's going to be a Gravekeeper. So this setup for Team A.SMN seems like they are trying their best to at least get a draw or win scenario because they have an Embalmer in play. So having the Embalmer in play and the Prospector, Gravekeeper, so these survivors, they are there to actually pressure the Hunter into quickly downing survivors instead. So what will Hunter pick in Moonlit River Park?
Well, I know what they can pick. Smiley Face! But too bad it's sitting at jail right now.
Yeah, Smiley Face being jailed, so now Hunter's limited. Maybe if he knows how to play Ivy from... It's a maybe, because I actually don't recall his mains.
Well, who knows? I'm trying to recall what we saw from him last week. I think we saw Carl play Hermit in BO3 last week, but per my memory, like that, he got free escaped. But But I guess that explains why we saw the psychologist, and yes, indeed we are correct, as we do indeed see a hermit. And now all of a sudden that I recall that A.SMN asked me if I can play hermit, as they probably expected this too.
Yeah, so now that Hermit's in play, Hermit's main ability, like the best ability for him, is basically his slow cipher progress making, where Hermit just spreads out all the cipher progress and all the survivors start decoding extremely slow. So it's all bound on the first kite, because the first kite can determine every other survivor's health as well as how the game might turn out. So this is, as you can see, Psychologist has decided to pick on first stop, Embalmer of course in double story where he can place his coffin upstairs, Prospector at fourth stop, and the Rescuer at the bridge cipher. So these are all the common spawns, where now Hunter has decided to go in between 3 survivors, which is the Gravekeeper, Embalmer, and Prospector, where he's closer to the Gravekeeper. But chasing down a Gravekeeper as a Hermit might not be an advantageous side, so maybe the Hunter might change target.
Yeah, no, it's not, because the moment Gravekeeper goes underground, the charge also disappears along with him. So this is one thing the Gravekeeper should keep in mind of, is that he can sort of negate out his charges, making it hard. So he may want to go after the Embalmer first, because the Prospector does have a potential to cancel out the stuns, like with the usage of his magnets, yeah?
But remember, Prospector also can be Hermit's best option, because if Prospector throws a magnet and Hermit catches the magnet, if Hermit stuns the Prospector at a correct angle, if he swings, it might actually reset the attack recovery. So there's a chance that Hermit might want to play that kind of playstyle.
Oh yeah, like after stunning, charge attack into it and hitting it the moments that the magnet also triggers. That is actually like a potential here, but that would require some skill and also some timing, because if the Prospector is too far from you, then you cannot do stuff like this. So it really depends on the type of situation we're in. So we're going to be hopping into the game now. So we did see Carl's Hermit last week, but he got free escape, so he definitely wants to make a name for himself again in this round.
Yeah, and remember, we know that there are like about 3 different types of Hermits. One that instantly connects ciphers, one that doesn't connect at all, and one that connects, wait for someone to get a charge, and then disconnects the cipher. So Gravekeeper being the first chase, he enters the shovel form, and then now his charge has disappeared. So now Hunter just can't, like, chasing him is just for presence at this point for the Hunters.
Yeah, but I'm really not too sure if this is the best move on the Hermit's part, because then he's just letting out a lot of cipher progress just go free by, and the moment that the Gravekeeper goes over ground, you still have to waste time chasing him down. So it seems that Hermit also knows this, so he's swapping the next target, but I feel like he should have swapped the moment that the Gravekeeper goes underground, as now he's going to be approaching Slugcat, and is able to see the blood trails on Slugcat, and is able to get the hit. But let's see, will the Gravekeeper be able to tank this hit? Nope, and is able to get the first hit, taking a 0.4 damage for 3 survivors at the same time.
Yeah, and Hunter does have his instance ready, so Prospector just using his magnet to try and stun the Hunter, gain some distance. Hunter will be charging him with blue, but he should still be able to survive. Psychologist deciding to tank that blue hit with the Prospector. So having Psychologist there against a Hermit is actually quite a good idea, because she can help tank as much as she can. And Prospector, resetting as Hunter breaks the pallet, so that might be a little bit disadvantageous.
Yeah, so for this Prospector, he actually had broken windows instead of fly with it. Oh, goes for a warp?
I believe the Hunter wanted to pressure someone that's at the bridge cipher, but there was unfortunately no one there. And because of that, now Prospector will be trying to... and resetting again, and going down. So Prospector's magnet is just resetting the Hunter's pallet ability instead of the attack recovery. I'm honestly not sure which is better, but unfortunately Prospector going down, and now Hunter will be charging at the Lion Cage area, where you can see the Gravekeeper is actually already prepared, but Hunter did spot a tiny bit of trail.
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly happened. I guess he thought someone at the cipher, but it was connected. Like, this is the downside of Hermit. Sometimes you don't know which cipher is actually someone is on it. Lucas is hovering around, and Eric got blue charge. And the second question I want to ask is that why did no one like swap and help the Prospector tank the full hit just now? I'm not too certain about that. So now the Prospector will be continue to chase, but doesn't seem like the survivors. Oh, now the Embalmer is going to be swapping and tanking. So this Prospector having a magnet to work with and tanking an extra hit should be able to rebound Kite for a bit. And Hermit using a charge here, I feel like he could have gotten away without this charge, because now he's going to be moving on with one charge less, so he'll have to wait for a bit before he can get this this Prospector down.
Yes, but now Prospector seems like he's in a very dangerous position, because now he's just at a pressure and getting sucked in by the red charge, and now going down. So, but there is 2 ciphers remaining, and there are 3 ciphers that's actually above 60%. So this is up to the last 2 survivors to decode, while the Gravekeeper actually goes in for the rescue, and it's up to the Hunter to also pressure at the same time. So Hunter going to pressure, but this giving a charge, so it's going to be a stun, but getting a hit on the Gravekeeper. And now this is based on if the Hunter plays his cards right. Oh, thank.
Yeah, actually getting the hit on the Gravekeeper is the same thing as the Prospector, as they both had blue charge. But the question is that can this Prospector last out? Because we see that there are 2 ciphers, and actually I believe that 0.4 damage. So if 4 survivors all swap to the blue charge, then they are able to tank an extra hit for this Prospector. But that is if they can do it. Missing the hit here, but Prospector not dropping that magnet or that pallet, so he actually lost the best opportunity to catch himself alive. But hold on!
Cypher is prime. Yeah, Cypher is prime, so Prospector will be able to get an extension. Hunter using two blue and like 1 blue and 1 red to try and instant stun the Prospector, but Prospector is able to gain an extension. Hunter already panicking. This is looking like a 1 kill for the Hunter side and 3 escape. Both gates are actually being opened right now, but the process of the gate is actually quite slow because both gates are being collected by the Hermit's charge. And from the looks of it seems like the survivors are preparing to tank 1 more hit for the Prospector.
Hold on, I do not like this. Because the thing is that the dungeon is over there. The dungeon is right over there, but the Prospector is way too far from it though. Yeah, it doesn't seem like... Oh, hold on, even the gas stun! This may not even be a free man. The Prospector is making towards it and making a hard dash and...
Getting a 4-man escape! So A.SMN getting a 4-man escape!
That was a turn of events. Like, we talked about this before the game, that the Prospector is very good against a Hermit, and Hermit may be hard against this team comp, and that's exactly why Prospector able to rebound Kite. Like, first of all, the Hermit and rebound Kite, Hermit is very easy to get rebound kited on, just because the fact that the survivors can share the damage, making it hard to get a farm off the chair. Prospector utilizing the magnet, able to last for a longer time, and just some beautiful plays towards the end. Like, they didn't even need to use the coffin, as the ciphers were far from enough, because Hermit just didn't exactly pressure the ciphers correctly.
Yeah, and because both gates were being opened at the same time, the gate's opening speed is actually faster, because instead of, like, normally if a Hermit connects, then 1 gate is opening, the other gate has a smaller percentage. But because both gates were being opened, both opened fast enough, and both survivors were able to get out. And the Prospector, although the magnet sometimes seems like a panic magnet where it just sucks the Hunter back into them, but because the other 2 survivors, I think it was the Psychologist and Embalmer tanking the 1 hit at detention, and so Prospector was able to survive even longer, make it to Godkai, and get a very nice dungeon escape from the Hunter.
Yeah. I feel like towards the end the Hermit got a bit impatient, because he could have just used the charges and to make sure the Prospector gets eliminated for good, instead making sure that the Prospector is at the other side. Instead, he just allowed himself to get slammed, and that's what costed them. So this format elimination is pretty fatal for Team Shadow Gardens, because now this means that the survivor must do the same in Moonlit River Park, which is going to be very hard. So anyways, we're going to be taking a quick break, and we'll see everyone after the break. So, yep, see you in a bit, everyone.
Goodness me, would you look at
Man
that?
lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like like humans are trustworthy companions.
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita!
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind. Observe, imitate, strike! Under the cloak of night, the prey becomes the hunter!
Goodness me, would you look at
Man
that?
lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like humans, are trustworthy companions.
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita!
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind. Observe, imitate, strike! Under the cloak of night, the prey becomes the hunter!
Goodness me, would you look at
Man
that?
lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like humans, are trustworthy companions.
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita!
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind. Observe, imitate, strike! Under the cloak of night, the prey becomes the hunter!
Goodness me, would you look at
Man
that?
lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like humans, are trustworthy companions.
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita!
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind. Observe, imitate, strike! Under the cloak of night, the prey becomes the hunter!
Goodness me, would you look at
Man
that?
lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like humans, are trustworthy companions.
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita!
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind. Observe, imitate, strike! Under the cloak of night, The prey becomes the hunter!
Goodness me, would you look at
Man
that?
lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like humans, are trustworthy companions.
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita.
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind. Observe, imitate, strike! Under the cloak of night, the prey becomes the hunter!
Goodness me, would you look at
Man
that?
lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals.
Alright everyone, we're back with more IMR action. I'm your caster, Invisible Joan. Joined by me is the lovely Enix. The two of us are going to be bringing you what can potentially be the last match between A.SMN and Shadow Gardens. Because if we move on to the results over here, we'll notice that after this format escape, this means that Shadow Garden only has one option, and it's that they must do the same thing, otherwise they will be eliminated for good. Is that correct?
Yeah, so this is going to be the match that we see. It's BO3, the final match, and Team Shadow Garden has to go with this logic: 4-man or no man.
Yeah.
Because if not, it's going to be game over, and that's where SG will be packing their bags.
Yeah.
So now it's really hopeful. I wish the best for both teams, and good luck for both teams.
Yeah, because the thing is that Team Shadow Garden must achieve a format escape in order to bring this to an extra round. It's not even win. They must format to bring this an extra round. And for PB Fish over here, the name of the game is called Eliminate One Survivor for Good. And honestly, we all know 4 escape is very hard back when it was a Survivor silent meta, and let alone this is a Hunter silent meta. Things are definitely not looking too good for Team SG right now.
Yeah, because usually we would see survivors having the lesser chance of getting a full escape. It's more like the hunter gets a full kill every time. So now us seeing a survival full escape, seeing now on the next half, is going to be a very heavy pressure for the other team survivors as well, because now that full has been escaped, now they also need to get a full escape. It's going to be a very high pressure type of gameplay.
Yep, sorry, can you talk for a bit more as I need to work on the ban pick screen?
Okay, so the hunter has decided to ban the 2 basic ones that they have always been banning, the anti-current and the prisoner first, while the survivors have decided to ban opera singer and the breaking wheel. So breaking wheel in this map is very good, as Moonlit is a big map and breaking wheel is able to pressure a lot of things. So having these 2 as a first ban is very beneficial for the survivor team. And their first 2 picks will be the acrobat and the forward. So it seems like they really want to do a kiting tactic, as acrobat, like what you once say is the trump of aces, trump of all aces.
Yeah.
So now, having a forward is good for harassing.
Yeah, so I think the thing is that they probably have to think carefully on how they want to do it. Normally in games you must for escape, we're going to be seeing 2 things. One is that there'll be multiple people with Tide Turner, and the second of all is that we'll probably be seeing survivors that have like rechargeable items, because it'll be very hard to format escape if you bring survivors whose items can be exhausted easily. So as we can see, the priestess is the first survivor that matches, and they brought the forward rather than Prospector, because the Prospector unfortunately is in global ban, so they're forced to bring out the forward. The forward is hard to chase early game, it is not seen that much, but if played right, it can give a bit of a harass. So we are going to be seeing the first officer as the last ban, and the survivors picked female dancer.
But do you realize the hunter actually opened up a priestess in Moonlit? So
True.
that is a very
Daring.
bold decision to make, yeah, because having a priestess open in one of the biggest map ever is basically saying either, oh, I forgot to ban, or I'm very confident that you bringing priestess out, I can still counter you.
I mean, that in games, yeah, but the priestess will definitely be key, because priestess is also often often brought in games where they have to achieve a format escape. So we have to see how this plays out.
Yeah, so now that priestess is open, I feel like this might be a very good opportunity for Team SG to actually have that potential chance to get a 4-man escape.
Hold on. Oh, this again. So we are going to be seeing the hunter pick, and it's going to be the exact same thing. Gamekeeper is also pretty good in Moonlit River Park, and his hooks can also be used to ensure 1-man elimination.
Yeah, Gamekeeper's pressure and everything, and as well as the traps. So now think about it, if forward even wants to try and harass, if Gamekeeper puts down one trap, forward is going 6 feet under with that. So because of that, now the harasser is already at a disadvantage. Now priestess is the only one that can actually pressure, because if the hunter does chair someone near the areas with the bridge and all, priestess should be able to sneak in rescue. If someone dies in double story, priestess can also portal in instead of going through the entrances that may have traps.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, so we are going to be seeing the personal selections here, and yeah, we are going to be seeing Acrobat at the bottom, forward at the bridge, female dancer at first stop, priestess at the 2-story. And one thing to note is that Gamekeeper is very, very strong at the first and last stop, so that's why they had to spawn the Acrobat over there. And Gamekeeper spawning next to the Acrobat, maybe the Acrobat will take the first cut and this will be a 1-man battle. We'll have to see though.
Yeah, because now female dancer would have been the best choice to chase, but unfortunately Hunter didn't know where she was and spawned quite far away from her. So now Hunter has to decide between Acrobat and Priestess, and although 4th stop is good for the Hunter, Acrobat is good with using his utilities to actually gain a very huge distance from the Hunter.
Yeah. Sorry, I was checking the stream, but now, once again, ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you is that in this game, the survivors must achieve a 4-man escape, because if they don't, they'll be eliminated for good. Because their survivors achieved a 4-man escape last round. So let's have to see how this is going to be played off. As we're going to be approaching the last match, or potentially last match, between A.SMN
A.SMN and
Survivor.
SG.
Yes, Hunter and SG Survivor. My bad. I cannot remember things after I've dealt with behind the scenes for too long. Anyways, I'm thinking we only see the survivors had one tide turner, but if they want to achieve a 3 or 4-man escape, they definitely need to have multiple tide turners, as they need that miracle endgame wise, because I can see a potential danger is that at endgame no one can rescue, because this Bane definitely has detention.
Yeah, and because of this, Hunter has decided to go after the Priestess first, using his first ability of hooks to actually gain the distance. Probably placing down a trap, yep. So now after Priestess first, Priestess already portaling down and running into the Hunter, getting hit and already going out. So Priestess already getting her very first early hit. So now Hunter's just going to be pressuring this area. So Priestess getting a first hit and vaulting down at the same time. Priestess might be going down. Oh, surviving borderline, but now she might get down again if she's able to get lucky enough.
I think she should be able to vault through the window, because the Hunter never really had a chance to set up a trap or make use of the hook. And we do see that there are some there's a music box nearby, but the gamekeeper can just wait here, but the forward goes for a stun here, allowing the priestess to transition her way into the music box area. So he has to make this one count, as there are multiple survivors here wanting to protect the priestess. So now he's gonna get hooked and get hit off the female dancer, but a beautiful flywheel effect. And oh, the forward actually went for it, but there's no one around there, so it seems that the survivors did not communicate this like too much well, as multiple survivors are here, and yes, you're delaying time, but the ciphers are not dropping too.
Yeah, so Cypher Rush, although delaying time for the Priestess, the Cypher Rush is quite slow, and Hunter's still on the Priestess tail, so Priestess having a high chance of going down is still there, and at the same time, although being pressured, forward is there, no ciphers are being done, only one cipher is popped, while the rest are still below 30%. So, although forward's able to stun and everything, Priestess getting caught in a trap, so this is just looking like a slaughter for giving a Hunter max presence at this rate.
Hold on, but this one has to be a bit of a lookout though, because yeah, the forward can try and block here, and that's exactly what's gonna happen. Forward gonna get the block, but can the Priestess get out of the trap in time? Not being able to, and he can set up another trap, because the difference between forward and prospector is that the forward's football will run out eventually. Like, it's not infinite, so now he can set up the trap and go for it again, because he has all the time in this world that he only needs a one-man. Like, even if you get a stun off here, nothing's gonna work unless the forward goes for a stun in this angle, but doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, it seems like the forward is planning on a stun rescue. Yep.
But misses it though!
Hitting the wall, hitting the chair, sorry, and that's very unfortunate. It seems like the survivors are indeed very pressured in this type of game. And now Hunter's just going to be playing the balloon game and just buying time. So female dancer will be coming for the rescue. Hunter missing the first hook, but second hook should be able to get her. Getting the hit, and remember Hunter still has Blink. So female dancer being able to rescue Priestess, but Priestess going around and lagging from the looks of it.
I'm not too certain, but yeah, now they're going to be needing the acrobat to come over too, but the thing is that the acrobat's at the other side of the map, and the survivors cannot, like, their options are way too limited. They need everyone out, but the acrobat is across the map, and having the acrobat come over means that the ciphers will also be lagging behind. So yes, the fort is able to survive a bit, gonna go down, but the female dancer is also not gonna come in. It seems that the survivors just are in a bit of a chaotic situation, as they cannot ensure this off the Priestess, because the acrobat...
Yeah, because once Priestess dies, it's considered a... once Priestess dies, it's considered a win, and seems like acrobat has given up already, and it's quite unfortunate for Team SG, where now it seems like we have our victor, which is Team A.SMN, before the game has even ended.
Yeah, because honestly, the first kind of the Priestess wanted to portal down to prevent herself from getting trapped inside, but she ended up portaling into the Hunter's face there, which is an error that is too costly. And Show Off is also here. Yeah, I think the survivors are just like playing around because they knew
have
that
given up.
They knew it was already over, and I don't think surrender time is even up yet. So, anyways, yeah, I feel like a 4-man elimination, especially with that first down, is just too much for the survivors to even come back from. But we can definitely congratulate a team first, as A.SMN has managed to advance through the brackets.
Yeah, congratulations to Team Esther, and it was a good try for Team Shadow Garden.
And honestly, it was a very intense back and forth situation up until the very, very end. Like, the first 2 rounds was a tie, and it was only the 3rd round where the 4-man escape from A.SMN has decided. So anyways, congratulations to A.SMN for managing to defeat Team Shadow Garden, and in a very close fight until the last round separated the differences. So yeah, for Team Shadow Garden, thank you very much for your participation in this tournament, but unfortunately, your journey ends here, but hopefully we'll see you all for future tournaments, and I hope you all enjoyed this experience. And for Team A.SMN, congratulations, your next opponent will be either ATG or Lumen for next match, so we'll have to see who wins the next match. And yeah, congratulations. So, hold on. Yeah, no, I'm telling Aster that when they're ready, that they'll have to send one member to die in the interview VC, as always.
I have a weird feeling that they're gonna send someone to just talk about me.
Yeah, Aster Somnia advanced 2 losers bracket in a row. Yay, yay.
And look, it seems like we got TP Fish.
Yep, it seems like we got the 2 members to be murdered today. So welcome Lucas and welcome PP Fish. So, yep, the obvious question out of the way first. You guys just won. How does it feel?
Great. Great. Yeah, just great actually.
Great. Yeah, honestly, this was a very intense battle because we can see for the first 2 rounds that things were all tied up, and it was especially the third round, the 4 escape made the difference. So, Lucas, you being the survivor and played in it, can you tell me how you guys prepared to play against this hermit and how you guys managed this in game?
What I will say, we definitely didn't expect hermit, and the team comp. I would say it's been a long time since I played Gravekeeper because I didn't expect to play that. And the 4 escape, right? I think we have to give credit to Slug. 188 seconds is crazy. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Probably one of the best performance I see from Slug.
Oh yeah, the Prospector's kite over there was very, very amazing. And for PB Fish, I would also like to talk about the first round because things didn't look too good when the Seer struggled off, but you managed to turn that around into a free man elimination. So can I know what was up in your mind across that game?
I was how to say, I didn't expect I can get a 3 actually because I saw first officer is right there, so I'm like, okay, first since his wound, then I go for him and it was quite intense, the seer almost can escape through the dungeon.
We had a heart attack, before.
Yeah, I almost had a heart attack for that.
Yeah, that was actually very, very dangerous over there. And honestly, just looking back, it has been a very, very close game because it's the first 2 rounds ended in a tie. And yeah, the third round, it was really that third round and the Hermit that made the difference, the 4 escape. So yeah, I'm going to give an MVP to Slugcat if I know how to give MVPs, lol. But I can't, as I'm too lazy to make the screens.
Yeah.
Don't be lazy.
Yeah,
no, I cannot make it in the middle of a stream. I'm streaming. How can I make a screen at the same time, image at the same time? Sobs.
Okay. You should hire someone to do it. Like free labor.
Oh well. NX here is a free labor. Stares at NX.
Man.
Okay. So a quick question. So you're going to be up against either ATG or Lumensomnia, depending on who wins the next round. So are you ready for it?
I think we will not practice. We'll just sleep because I don't want to win. I don't want to go the next week.
Yeah.
Wow. Not wanting to win. Stares.
Hey, listen. The runner-up gets not the runner-up. Sorry. The unfortunate team gets to face against Team HT or Team UTP, which I feel my condolences for what happened if we will face.
Slaughterhouse,
Well, let's not talk about this because hey, this is in the end, this is still a tournament, and everyone is staring at you, and everyone are seeing you over here.
Oh my god.
Anyways, yeah. Oh yeah. I remember last week that Lumen cheered on you. So do you want to cheer for Lumen over here?
Lumen, good luck. Please win. We don't want to practice, so if you guys win, we'll just sleep. So you guys can also sleep lah. So please win, guys.
Well,
we scream with them a lot of times. We always lose lah.
Well, let's see what's happened. As personally, I think it'll be very interesting if there's a 13s battling out. But ATG, don't leave ATG out yet because they were also the winners of Chapter 4. So yeah, anyways, Lucas and PB Fish, once again, congratulations for winning, and wish you all luck at the next rounds.
Thank you very much, John.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yep, so everyone in the stream, we are going to be taking around a 10 to 15 minute break as I need to fix prepare the materials for next round. And we'll see everyone in the next round between Lumen, Somnia, and Team ATG. So, yep, see you in a bit.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Man lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like humans, are trustworthy companions.
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita.
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind. Observe, imitate, strike! Under the cloak of night, the prey becomes the hunter!
Goodness me, would you look at
Man
that?
lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like humans, are trustworthy companions.
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita.
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind. Observe, imitate, strike! Under the cloak of night, the prey becomes the hunter!
Goodness me, would you look at
Man
that?
lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like humans, are trustworthy companions.
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita.
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind. Observe, imitate, strike! Under the cloak of night, the prey becomes the hunter!
Goodness me, would you look at
Man
that?
lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like humans, are trustworthy companions.
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita.
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind. Observe, imitate, strike! Under the cloak of night, the prey becomes the hunter!
Goodness me, would you look at
Man
that?
lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like humans,
untrustworthy companions.
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita!
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind. Observe, imitate, strike! Under the cloak of night, the prey becomes the hunter!
Goodness me, would you look at
Man
that?
lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like humans, are trustworthy companions.
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita!
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind. Observe, imitate, strike! Under the cloak of night, the prey becomes the hunter!
Goodness me, would you look at
Man
that?
lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like humans, are trustworthy companions.
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita!
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind. Observe, imitate, strike! Under the cloak of night, the prey becomes the hunter!
Goodness me, would you look at
Man
that?
lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like humans, are trustworthy companions.
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita!
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind. Observe, imitate, strike! Under the cloak of night, the prey becomes the hunter!
Goodness me, would you look at
Man
that?
lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like humans, are trustworthy companions.
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita!
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind. Observe, imitate, strike! Under the cloak of night, the prey becomes the hunter.
Goodness me, would you look at
Man
that?
lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like humans, are trustworthy companions.
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita.
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind. Observe, imitate, strike! Under the cloak of night, the prey becomes the hunter!
Goodness me, would you look at
Man
that?
lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like humans, are trustworthy companions.
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita.
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind. Observe, imitate, strike! Under the cloak of night, the prey becomes the hunter!
Goodness me, would you look at
Man
that?
lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like humans, are trustworthy companions.
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita.
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind. Observe, imitate, strike! Under the cloak of night, the prey becomes the hunter!
Goodness me, would you look at
Man
that?
lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals.
Hello everyone, welcome back. I am your caster, Invisible Joan, and joined by me is... Want to introduce yourself?
Hi everybody, I'm Panda.
Yep, this is Panda once again. He's from Team He Tian, who will be playing tomorrow, and he's back to bring us with more IMR action. So we did see that A.SMN did achieve the win in the first round, and now it'll be Lumensomnia's turn. And because we know that A.SMN and Lumensomnia, they're both like from the same guild, so naturally they're rooting for each other here. Because if Lumensomnia wins, they'll play against each other tomorrow. But don't forget that ATG is still in it. They were the RIP winners of last chapter of this tournament, and they definitely would not want to go down without a fight here. So we'll have to see which one will be the ones advancing against A.SMN, as we're going to check on the first team. So want to introduce them, Panda?
Yeah, so as you can see in ATG, they have the Just Stickman, Yas YT, NDZR, their Hunter Kai D, Hunter Global.
Mm-hmm.
Survivors Zell and Jang.
Yeah, Eugene Coplin maybe. So
Coplin,
yeah, a bit hard to pronounce. But moving on to the Lumensomnia, we're going. I can't hear Panda. He's a little soft. I'll turn up your volume. Hold on. Let me turn up your volume then. Yeah, okay. I turned his volume to the largest. So let me know in a bit. For Lumensomnia, we have Fury, Mix, Fembot, Poland, Nyashi, known as Jafet, LMT, Squid, Unexpected, and Nibe Loose over here, which I think is real. So yeah, they're just like, I'm very good friends with some of them. So, and I cannot wait to commentate of them here. But once again, for Team ATG, they are the winners of like last tournament. They definitely want to go like give it their all and want to stay alive. So we'll we'll have to see how it works out. So hold on, I'm gonna ask Night Out. Oh, never mind, we're already in the game. So yeah, we should start in a bit, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Night Out is offline. Night Out is offline already. Then I just have to get my ult in. But while we're at it, we're going to be having. Oh, for a split second, I thought that Panda, that Sotet will be hunting.
Salted Egg Hunter, Forerunner.
Yeah. No, if I go down, I'll also get 4-man. 4-man escaped. All right. Let's see. Oh, Sotet. Oh, you're in the chat. Sotet, you can start. Yeah, so we're going to be heading into the BO1 first half, as it will be AT. Oh, my bad. I pressed the wrong thing again. It will be ATG Survivor versus LMT's Hunter, and we've already known from last week. We've seen LMT hunt, and we know that he has a Night Watch, as his Night Watch managed to 4-man eliminate Armada X. So let's see, are we going to be seeing him again this time?
Yeah, John. I think most likely LMT is gonna ban those strong survivors which Night Watch hits, especially like Antiquarian, which counters every single hit hunter.
Yep. Exactly, because we do see that the Antiquarian has already been banned. The first two Survivor have been selected, and it's actually the Puppeteer and also the Fire Investigator. So for the Puppeteer, I think this is almost like a target towards single hit hunters, because everyone knows that LMT has a strong Night Watch. We've already seen that yesterday. And Fire Investigator, I'm actually interested to see how it plays out, because I do see a risk that if the Night Watch hits full presence, he can just easily pull back the Fire Investigator after he uses that rescue pad.
Yeah, especially in the first chase, even though the firefighter can utilize the speed boost from the ball, there's a chance that he'll still be sucked back by the wind, you know.
Yeah, yep.
If the firefighter is not in the right area, he didn't transition well, there's a chance that he'll make mistake there and give chance to LMT.
Yeah, so we are going to be seeing the female dancer of the Gauntlet. Like, the prospector been selected, and this is going to is the pre-nerf prospector. As we know, there is a balance change incoming that I think will be implemented this week, as the first officer will be the last one. And if we think about it, this team, I think the breaking point of this team is the Fire Investigator, because the prospector like is 50-50 against the Night Watch, as he has a huge rebound kite potential. Though the Fire Investigator is the one that may want to look out, because he has a potential of being down too fast against a Night Watch once it hits like full presence.
Yeah, John. I'm interested in watching how can the Fire Investigator support his teammates in the middle of the kite or throughout the game. And if LMT chooses not to chase the prospector can choose to OB also, which is very scary, especially on Red Church, because survivors can just be rescued by the FO using Titanal and die at the center of Church, which prospector is allowed to OB and buy even more time and even have a chance to buy time for like a second kite for the survivors.
Yeah, so we are. I'll probably turn audio up a bit because if you're a bit quiet. But anyways, so we are going to be seeing a Night Watch here, because Night Watch probably cannot chase the Puppeteer first, because single hit hunters. Prospector is actually maybe, because the one weakness Prospector has is that he's very, very weak in early game because he only has 1 and maximum 2 magnets to work with. But so that makes it a breaking point as well. But the Prospector does have like a rebound kite potential that we should pay attention to. So we are going to be heading into the spawn selections, as we can see. Oh, the Fire Investigator taking the center. So now the Hunter may charge towards the Fire Investigator first, and I personally think it should be favorable for Night Watch. What do you think?
Yeah, I would say normally when instead of a Fire Investigator, normally in the past meta we'll be taking like Dancer disposition. So normally the Hunter will spawn at the middle broken, going center, trying to break some of the Dancer boxes. So for these cases, maybe the Night Watch can try to force some of the Fire Investigator ball and manage to eliminate it through the game, which will make him easier to play on afterwards.
Yeah, so because probably Fire Investigator will be taking the first kite, and the Prospector spawn at the shack, so it will be a bit hard to ask the Prospector for disruption, or rather for harass and assist here. So the Fire Investigator likely relying on his own. So I actually think that if we look about this, it's like a relatively tying team comp, because the survivors all have decent kiting abilities, but the only assist they have is the Prospector. So if the survivors want to achieve a free-man escape, then they're going to be relying heavily on how does the Prospector player perform.
Yeah, that's right, John. So as you can see, we are going to the game right now.
Yep. Yes, alright, I'm also ready. So right off the bat, LMT is just going to be using the Wind Walk and just, heading towards the Fire Investigator as we predicted. But he transitioned away earlier, first officer hiding. Looks like the first officer wants to rotate back towards that cipher. LMT seems not be interested in heading towards the back gate. I guess he wanted to find the Prospector here, but actually the Prospector never went here and is decoding the cipher at the shack.
Yeah, I think he was trying to look for the Puppeteer, because the Puppeteer spawned at the back gate area, which the Puppeteer was very smart in rotating back to center instead of staying at the back gate area. So as you can see, LMD isn't able to find the Puppeteer and is now moving on to shack to chase the Prospector.
Yeah, he's now chasing the Prospector, and the thing is that he already wasted a bit of a time after some cipher progress is already gained during the meantime there. So this is actually, LMT actually took a bit too much time in finding a target, and the amount of time it took already allowed Prospector to get 2 magnet. Oh, goes for a warp here. The Prospector instantly double back and is able to utilize the magnet to bounce and able to get the stun off LMT, so able to survive for now. So that warp as a result a bit of a wasted here. So things are not looking too well for LMT. He has a second magnet here, not going to be using, is taking the hit, and this Prospector does not have fly effect, so he doesn't have the ability left and will be relying on his magnet.
Yeah, as we can see, if the Prospector is able to transition back to back gate, there's a chance of him being able to kite even longer, especially he still has 1 magnet. As we can see, it's basically how can this Prospector utilize this magnet to kite even longer now. Because when we are transitioning from shack to back gate in the open area, it'll be very easy for the Night Watch to trap him in the wind.
Yeah, especially the thing is that the Prospector's next magnet is already available, and him falling through the window is very good because Night Watch misses this hit, and if he tries to use the Wind Walk to approach closer to the Prospector can easily just throw a magnet and gonna happen, and it can easily launch backwards. But a very smart move from LMT here in positioning himself so the Prospector's pullback didn't work. I feel like the Prospector could have repelled instead of attract. But the amount of time it took to down this Prospector already resulted in 3 ciphers. So it just seems like the early game or the early positioning on LMT, it did not work in his favor.
Yeah, as you can see, LMT spent too much time at the beginning of the game to find the Puppeteer, and after finding the Prospector, he still took a while to even get the first hit on him.
Yep. Yeah, we definitely wasted a bit of a time because now Zell is in the vicinity prepared to rescue. But one thing to note is that he does not have Tide Turner, but he's setting up the rescue pad so that the Prospector can utilize it. Yep, both of them are utilizing it. So despite not having Tide Turner, they're able to like gain some distance, and a very nice move from Yuff, able to evade LMT's pullback here. Another magnet to bounce, and this, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly why I felt that Prospector is very strong, like in rebound kite. yes, he's able to get it down now, but the last cipher is already around 50%. So the survivors just have to wait for a bit and the ciphers will be primed. Things are not looking good for LMT right now.
Yeah, as you can see, that the fine investigator ball allowed the prospector to second kited and even force out the walk. And this is not good for LMT, especially he brought an up-down build and he only has a warp throughout the game and he just used it and endgame is about to happen and his warp is still under 80 seconds CD. So if the survivors are able to rescue early and just pop it and open the front gate door, this will be an easy, stable 3-man escape.
Yeah, exactly, especially counting the fact that there is also Tide Turner. The first officer is Tide Turner too, so just to reduce the risk into the left. So Prospector here, let's see, get the swing and gonna pop. There is a bit of a traffic jam though if the first officer and the prospector are ran the same direction, so he's gonna go after the first officer. Pocket watch in play here, not being able to hit, so now LMT have to think carefully on what is his plan as he does not want to get 3 or 4-man escape, but if able to get the hit, officer would go down, but so now the question is that can the prospector make it though?
Oh, as you can see, LMT thought the prospector will loop back to back gate, but the prospector didn't. Because LMT wasn't sure where the detonators of the prospector was. So as you can see, the prospector made a smart loop back to front gate and managed to have a 3-man escape.
Yeah, so with that, this is going to be a 3-man escape for Team ATG at the first round. And honestly, I feel like, first of all, Night Watch is definitely not good against this team comp, just considering the fact that they all like Puppeteer counter single hit hunters. Prospector is okay-ish against a zero presence Night Watch, and Prospector is the king of rebound kites. So, and with the Magnus, he's able to kite for a long amount of time. Adding to the rebound kite, it was just too much for the Night Watch to come back from.
Yeah, we can see that even though LMT is most experienced in Night Watch, team comps that counter him is very hard to play, especially Red Church, which is not a very strong map for Night Watch.
Yeah.
Compared to other stronger maps like Ever Sleeping, Chinatown, which maps are more open, which is easier for his win to be able to be fully utilized, you know.
Yeah, because Red Church has too many palettes, so because ATG was a team that chose this map, they probably had that in mind when they were deciding. So with that, this is gonna wrap up the BO1 first half. A 3-man escape from L.SMN, or rather from ATG side. So now the pressure is on Lumensomnia Survivor to do the same, as they cannot, as ideally they also want to have a 3-man escape if they don't want to lose the first round. So with that, we're going to be taking a quick break, and we'll see everyone after the break. See you in a bit.
Goodness me, would you look at
Man
that?
lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate.
Welcome to the Aquatic Games! Let's give a big round of applause to the host.
I'm holding this event to honor the tradition of the flame and fulfill our family's mission. But all the glory on the field has turned into a distant memory, while reality is drowning in the abyss. The flame is on the verge of extinguishing. In order for the ceremony to proceed as planned, I chose to listen to the guidance of my ancestors in the faint light of the flame. But the journey is long, and I fear... Go! Okay. The lighting of the flame will be the crowning moment for every athlete.
Welcome to the Aquatic Games! Let's give a big round of applause to the host.
I'm holding this event to honor the tradition of the flame and fulfill our family's mission. But all the glory on the field has turned into a distant memory, while reality is drowning in the abyss. The flame is on the verge of extinguishing. In order for the ceremony to proceed as planned, I chose to listen to the guidance of my ancestors in the faint light of the flame. But the journey is long, and I fear... Go! Okay. The lighting of the flame will be the crowning moment for every athlete.
Welcome to the Aquatic Games! Let's give a big round of applause to the host.
I'm holding this event to honor the tradition of the flame and fulfill our family's mission. But all the glory on the field has turned into a distant memory, while reality is drowning in the abyss. The flame is on.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to more IMR action. I'm your caster, Invisible Joan. Joined by me is Panda, and we'll bring you with more live casting here. As moving on to the first round, Team ATG manages to get a free escape under Lumen Somnius Hunter. So now the pressure will be on Lumen Somnius survivors to like also return the free escape, right?
Yeah, John. But looking at Kai D, I think he has many very stable draw hunters, especially his very skilled Hell Ember, which has a high draw and above rate. So let's see what Kai D will play. Will he pick the Hell Ember, or will he choose to play his opera singer to train more before the finals?
Oh yeah, oh hold on, I just realized I forgot to switch something. Can you talk for a bit, please? Thank you.
Yeah.
So yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, as you can see, this is a very hunter meta, and survivors in BO1 by ATG survivors, I managed to pull off a 3-man escape is very impressive, especially the team L.SMN is not really playing a very meta hunter like the Night Watch compared to like Opera Shadow. So I'll say the advantage is really at team ATG at the moment, because Kai D still has Opera, and even though he has a non-meta Hell Ember, it is very skillful and very scary in terms of chase and camping wise. So even though a Hell Ember can be kited for three ciphers, it still always depends on the rescuing part. Even though you're a mercenary, a FO, there's still always a chance of failing rescue against a very skillful Hell Ember, which I met in rank and failed a rescue a few times too.
Yeah, especially because it's the cases where you're very familiar against meta hunters, but against these non-meta hunters, sometimes it'll be a bit of a surprise as you don't play against those every day.
Yeah.
Hold on, Sultan, you can start. Yeah, so we're waiting for Sultan Egg.
No, wait. They haven't ready yet. No.
I thought they're ready. Wait. Oh, okay. Yeah. A bit of confusion. They're ready. So, yeah, you actually talked a pretty good point about Kai D having that Hell Ember, because and honestly, I think one thing in terms of ban pick is that it doesn't matter. He doesn't necessarily have to play it. The fact that everyone knows that he has it means that it'll be a bit of a threat and you must plan around it. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to come out, but it can also bait or scare the other team into making ban picks according to it. I think this is a huge advantage with Kai D's Hell Ember.
Yeah. So let's see what Kai D will be banning first to help us have a better understanding of his hunter selection. So as you can see that Kai D will be banning the Seal and Antiquarian, which is a very hard. These two bans are very afraid, as most likely he'll play a Hell Ember or the Opera Singer, as they're both counter single hit hunters. So we can see by Team L.SMN to counter his Opera or Hell Ember, they have chosen single hit hunters like Puppeteer and Wildling.
Yeah, Wildling and Puppeteer both good against single hit hunters, and I think Puppeteer is also can last against Hell Ember a significant amount of time. Magician being selected next, Magician is also decent against the Opera Singer, like the Shadow. His decoys can be used to block the Shadow area path for a bit. So we'll have to see what exactly is Kai D planning to play. But seeing the Gardener and Psychologist being banned in a row, I think I'm actually not too sure, because both Hell Ember and the Opera Singer would also ban like this. So I feel like it can be either way. It's just depending on what does Kai D feel like playing here, Panda.
Yeah, I'll say it was most likely going towards Opera Singer, because Opera Singer already hits those survivors who can eat an extra hit, like a Seer, Psycho, a Gardener. These 3 characters are very annoying in a way that they can eat extra hits. Puppeteer is also very annoying, but Puppeteer there's a chance like a Perfumer. But Puppeteer is more stable than Perfumer, as the Puppet is guaranteed, unlike a Perfumer, which is not always guaranteed that you will be able to go back to your perfume.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that definitely. Puppeteer has like a higher like error room of error over there, because Perfumer 1 error, then you're like, sort of like a half health situation. And for Puppeteer, you can just like turn into Lewis and then drop down a pallet there, and this will be a guarantee as long as you can time this one right. So with this team comp being selected as more like a kite-centric team comp, I think the survivors are going to be relying heavily on their raw skills over here though, because the acrobat and the magician's items cannot be replenished and they don't have too much of like support. So I think they're just going to be likely relying on their opera singer, or rather relying on their raw kiting and hopefully to tie against the opera singer. Because tying for L.SMN is still not too bad, because it will ensure that in terms of point-wise, they don't get exceeded by a lot.
Yeah, in this situation, it's better for survivors to aim for at least a draw, if not try a 3-man escape. If not, they should. At most, they should only be getting a 3k, so the points difference won't be so big. So they still have a chance in BO2, BO3.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So as you can see, that Kaidi has chosen the Opera Singer. I'll say this team comp is a very hard counter to Opera Singer.
Yeah, definitely. In theory, the opera singer, like everyone can potentially kite out the opera singer for a bit, but like opera singer is still pretty strong. That even against counter comps, she is still 50, like 50-50 or 40-60 type of situation. So we are going to be hitting the area selections. The opera singer actually spawned between the acrobat and the puppeteer. I think maybe the acrobat will be taking the first kite, just because that the acrobat cannot tank an extra hit unlike the puppeteer. But it really depends on the personal preferences for the opera singer in the end.
I would say it would be very hard for opera singer to chase the acrobat, especially a shack, because even though the opera can leave the shadow at the window, the acrobat has it has its balls, which when the opera singer goes back to his shadow, you can immediately throw the ball, forcing the opera to vote the window every time, which is, especially for opera, which has a very slow voting animation compared to other hunters. But however, puppeteer is at the back gate side towards graveyard, which is a very annoying, especially opera, as they hate those areas with a lot of pallets, which they are forced to break, which will cause them to slow down their chase. So I would say in this situation, there's a chance that the opera may go to chase the magician at the center, which is most likely. If not, I would say chase the puppeteer.
Yeah, a very good analysis from a professional IDV player. Because, yeah, actually now that you're talking, I remembered that opera singer, this map actually have a lot of must-break pallets, and opera singer being nerfed, she's no longer as strong as before, so definitely like this is something we should keep in mind of. So Kaidi is going to be heading towards Fembot, Polo, or Jeff Acrobat first, who rotated into the shack here, but the magician is also in the church as I recall, so the magician also has to take a run for it. So let's see who will Kaidi's actual target be. It's still going to be the acrobat, who has already slammed a pallet, making use of the speed boost over there just to like increase the gap. But Kaidi has a very high proficiency opera singer, and he's already close on acrobat's tail in under a second, and the mud bomb being in play here, but still taking that first hit because Kaidi just dashed around and never stopped.
Yeah, as you can see, that Kaidi is very skillful in his opera. His dashes is so fast and swift, not giving the acrobat any chances. Even though the acrobat already utilizes 2 of his balls very early into the game, he still managed to eat the first hit very early. And now acrobat has no more balls. It's waiting for the 4th fireball to be ready, and is already forced to mind game the hunter.
Yeah, I'm just like so amazed by how fluent it is. Oh, let's see, gonna go for Shadow Dance, misses though. Oh, I thought he was gonna blink a bit. Maybe he wanted to like be wary of any potential flywheel effects. And now the fact that the last firebomb come in play here, like the acrobat nothing to work with, but the acrobat definitely lasts a significant amount of time. So oh, let's see, not being able to hit, goes for a hit here, but Holden misses it though. Kaidi does not seem to aim it right. So, but it does end up going down, but it has wasted a little bit of time. And if we look at the cipher progress, it's already near 3 ciphers because it did take a while for Kaidi to get that second hit.
Yeah, I would say this will be an even faster down there when Kaidi left the shadow behind the pallet and the Acrobat voted and the Opera Singer immediately went back. I would say Kaidi should know that the Acrobat brought broken windows and he did not
prepare,
be worried about it
yeah,
and
be
swang
wary,
too early. Yeah.
Okay,
this allowed the Acrobat to buy time for the fourth fireball and it allowed him to kite even longer and even forcing the blink.
Well, Wildling is going to be in place, so the Wildling chose to rescue first and hop on the board, just to be safe because if he does the opposite way around, there's a high chance of a double down. But if we look at the cipher progress now, the last 2 ciphers are only being completed now, and the thing is that, first of all, there's no more survivors with Tide Turner, and second of all, this Acrobat no longer has any items to rescue, so the survivors have to think carefully. It seems like they are going to be rescuing, and if they can pull off the block, maybe they can try for 3-man escape, but in order to achieve that, they must pull the protection off.
Yeah, as you can see, the Acrobat doesn't even have borrowed time too.
Oh, yep.
So it's a very big problem right here.
Oh yeah, adding that to the wound makes it hard, but I think after it's able to pull off the rescue. Puppeteer gonna block for a bit. The last cipher is the 40% Nessie. Can it able to get the block? Nope. Not being able to. Puppeteer also turned into Lewis just to play it safe. But actually, I believe with this play, it actually leaves a room for Kaidi to try and play for a 3 to 4-man because now we have 2 survivors in damaged health state, so this may not be too good. Wildling decoding this cipher, Wildling has to get on the board soon because he cannot afford to go down, or else the ciphers would be beyond enough.
Yeah, as you can see, that this also shows that why Wildling is good in the long run, especially when Hunter trying to control the cipher, as Wildling has infinite pick, allowing him to buy even more time with the pick. You see, if this was a mercenary, he'll be probably forced to elbow pad and even still get hit. But the Wildling has, after rescue, will still be able to have the pick and is able to bring away from the cipher machine at top broken.
Honestly, now we're talking about this, I'm actually thinking it is having the Wildling continue decoding a good move. Because this is a very bad situation for the survivors. If we look at this, the last 3 ciphers are all linked together. The survivors did not seem to be wary of that when they're decoding. So the downside of this now is that this cipher cannot be decoded, or rather, I don't think they can decode any of the ciphers. All 3 ciphers are in one straight line. This is very bad for the L.SMN.
Yeah, as you can see, that the Puppeteer is still stuck at top broken, which takes him even a longer time to rotate back to bottom broken to start even decoding the new cipher. As you can see, the Wildling is already being rescued.
Yeah, the Wildling still have a couple seconds before he can get on the board. Oh, able to get on the board, so he is safe for now. So Kaidi had a new target maybe? Oh no, he's just going to pretend to go after Magician, but actually he's just playing focus on who is decoding the ciphers, because he knows that he can allow the survivors to run away from the ciphers because they cannot decode. What he only needs to focus on is that whoever touches the cipher is going to die. Right now the survivors are all struggling, because now that we're talking about it, I think that after the rescue, the survivors should have stopped decoding and heal up the Wildling first, so that they won't have been in this situation to begin with.
Yeah, as you can see, now that since Kaidi has lost any chase, survivors should, instead of decoding, they should be focusing on healing now. As we will see that Kaidi is very worried about the cipher control, because he knows that top broken is already 50 and above. So Kaidi is very worried about the top broken, so I should take this opportunity to go and heal immediately now for the long run. Especially as it's a 3-chain cipher, all being half health. Once given a chance to Kaidi, it will most likely be a 3 to 4k game already.
Yes, so you can see the Wildling got on the board and Fury is rushing over to the cipher at the broken, but Kaidi is going to be shadow dancing his way back, chasing the Puppeteer off before going for the Magician for real, because that cipher at the broken walls is the one with more progress, but now that he knows they're coming, they must retreat. So I really feel like I agree with you that the survivors should have utilized the chance that Opera is not hard after anyone to heal, because now they lost their best opportunity to heal, as both the Magician and the Wildling got spot at the same place.
Yeah, so you see now that the Wildling got off his ball when Hunter was coming towards him. and now the Walling is forced to kite without his ball.
Ooh.
And the Walling already been checked once.
Yeah, but Nix is doing a very good job. He still has 5 more seconds before he get on the board. Can he last it though? 3, 2, 1. Oh, unfortunately, a second too close, too late.
Yeah, but as you can see that the Walling bought so much time already. Him kiting by himself without his ball, he already managed to buy 40% of Cypher to be decoded already.
Yeah, so I think for Kaidi, because now if he stands here and waits, the ciphers would definitely be enough. So he should either choose to teleport or to try and sniff out where the magician is, which he does not know if the magician is getting closer. But now that he knows where the magician is but he's gonna go back towards the chair. Then this is gonna allow the magician to rescue one. Oh, let's see, go for shadow. But hold on, the time is very little. 96, 97, 98, 99. Pop, but not be able to pull off the rescue. I think that was just way too close. It was just so unfortunate because if they pulled off the rescue there, then this could have been at least a tie now.
Yeah, you see that the magician went too early to the chair. The Cypher wasn't even primed, and he went too early, but just by a few seconds. I would say this is a bit of communication error by L.SMN. So let's see how can Kaidi get this, manage to take down this 4K right now. The survivors are very smart to not open the gate, and Kaidi also knows that the survivor won't be opening in the gate during this time.
Yeah, I'll say that I won't say it's too early because if we just look at it, I think it's more the fact that the ciphers was just a few seconds behind. Because the thing is that if she waited until the ciphers was primed, then I think the Walling is dead already. So yeah, but it seems that currently Kaidi not being able to find where the puppeteer is though, but he knows where the dungeon is, so he can just slowly patrol his way. But currently, Unexpected is doing a very good job and being very unexpected because Kaidi does not know where is his exact location, and Kaidi is forced to drift around and able to find him now. And keep in mind the puppeteer will go down in one hit now that it's detention though. So yeah, he has to be very careful in his options.
Yeah, as you can see that Kaidi managed to take down this beautiful 4K elimination right here. I would say Kaidi had given some chances throughout the mid game, and the survivors did not manage to utilize the chance very well, which will cause them to this being a 3 to 4K game.
Yeah, I think first of all the survivors, their first error was rushing their ciphers rather than healing, because at that point of time they're still around 60 to 70%, and against an opera it'll be very hard to last out that amount of time. So maybe they could utilize that chance to heal themselves back up. The second error is that they allowed free chain ciphers, allowing themselves to be in a cipher lock situation. So this just increased their chances massively. And the third one, as you mentioned, that when the opera singer wasn't chasing anyone, they didn't use this chance to heal, which was what costed them in the end.
Yeah, I would say when the Kaidi give chance was when he checked the Walling at the top broken side. He should, especially against a Walling, you know that he has a second kite potential, especially like Prospector, maybe for like an Enchantress or something. He should always be focusing on hitting the Walling instead of even hitting the Magician to trap the Walling at the top broken side. Because if he hit the Magician, the Walling get rescued, the Walling will be able to get his pick, and the Magician is like a full chair, which can buy time even longer for survivors to even decode the new cipher. So in this situation, if I was the Opera, I would just focus on hitting the Walling, and the Walling will be already on second chair, and the next time he gets checked, he will just die immediately, which will guarantee this 3 to 4K game even much faster, safer, more stable.
Anyways, yeah, we're going to be heading into a quick pause, and we'll see everyone after the break. So yep, see you in a bit, everyone. Wait, where's the...
Well, I want to say 打针对.
Let's give a big round of applause to the host.
I'm holding this event to honor the tradition of the flame and fulfill our family's mission. But all the glory on the field has turned into a distant memory, while reality is drowning in the abyss. The flame is on the verge of extinguishing. In order for the ceremony to proceed as planned, I chose to listen to the guidance of my ancestors in the faint light of the flame. But the journey is long, and I fear. Go! Okay. The lighting of the flame will be the crowning moment for every athlete.
Welcome to the Aquatic Games! Let's give a big round of applause to the host.
I'm holding this event to honor the tradition of the flame and fulfill our family's mission. But all the glory on the field has turned into a distant memory, while reality is drowning in the abyss. The flame is on the verge of extinguishing. In order for the ceremony to proceed as planned, I chose to listen to the guidance of my ancestors in the faint light of the flame. But the journey is long, and I fear. Go! Okay. The lighting of the flame will be the crowning moment for every athlete.
Welcome to the Aquatic Games! Let's give a big round of applause to the host.
I'm holding this event to honor the tradition of the flame and fulfill our family's mission. But all the glory on the field has turned into a distant memory, while reality is drowning in the abyss. The flame is on the verge of extinguishing. In order for the ceremony to proceed as planned, I chose to listen to the guidance of my ancestors in the faint light of the flame. But the journey is long, and I fear. Go! Okay. The lighting of the flame will be the crowning moment for every athlete.
Welcome to the Aquatic Games! Let's give a big round of applause to the host.
I'm holding this event to honor the tradition of the flame and fulfill our family's mission. But all the glory on the field has turned into a distant memory, while reality is drowning in the abyss. The flame is on the verge of extinguishing. In order for the ceremony to proceed as planned, I chose to listen to the guidance of my ancestors in the faint light of the flame. But the journey is long, and I fear. Go! Okay. The lighting of the flame will be the crowning moment for every athlete.
Welcome to the Aquatic Games! Let's give a big round of applause to the host.
I'm holding this event to honor the tradition of the flame and fulfill our family's mission. But all the glory on the field has turned into a distant memory, while reality is drowning in the abyss. The flame is on the verge of extinguishing. In order for the ceremony to proceed as planned, the guidance of my ancestors in the faint light of the flame. But the journey is long, and I fear. Go! Okay. The lighting of the flame will be the crowning moment for every athlete.
Welcome Welcome to the Aquatic Games! Let's give a big round of applause to the host.
I'm holding this event to honor the tradition of the flame and fulfill our family's mission. But all the glory on the field has turned into a distant memory, while reality is drowning in the abyss. The flame is on the verge of extinguishing. In order for the ceremony to proceed as planned, I chose to listen to the guidance of my ancestors in the faint light of the flame. But the journey is long, and I fear... Go! Okay. The lighting of the flame will be the crowning moment for every athlete.
Welcome to the Aquatic Games! Let's give a big round of applause to the host.
I'm holding this event to honor the tradition of the flame and fulfill our family's mission. But all the glory on the field has turned into a distant memory, while reality is drowning in the abyss. The flame is on the verge of extinguishing. In order for the ceremony to proceed as planned, I chose to listen to the guidance of my ancestors in the faint light of the flame. But the journey is long, and I fear... Go! Okay. The lighting of the flame will be the crowning moment for every athlete.
Welcome to the Aquatic Games! Let's give a big round of applause to the host.
I'm holding this event to honor the tradition of the flame and fulfill our family's mission. But all the glory on the field has turned into a distant memory, while reality is drowning in the abyss. The flame is on the verge of extinguishing. In order for the ceremony to proceed as planned, I chose to listen to the guidance of my ancestors in the faint light of the flame. But the journey is long, and I fear... Go! Okay. The lighting of the flame will be the crowning moment for every athlete.
Welcome to the Aquatic Games! Let's give a big round of applause to the host.
I'm holding this event to honor the tradition of the flame and fulfill our family's mission. But all the glory on the field has turned into a distant memory, while reality is drowning in the abyss. The flame is on the verge of extinguishing. In order for the ceremony to proceed as planned, I chose to listen to the guidance of my ancestors in the faint light of the flame. But the journey is long, and I fear... Go!
Bruh, I forgot to unmute, so we were talking to the air the entire time. Jong being Jong again. Hold on. Yep, Jong being Jong forgetting to unmute. Well, now that we are unmuted, let's see. So yeah, I'm gonna ask Soted to start the game. But yeah, just a quick sneak peek for everyone is that Lumensomnia made 2 roster changes. One of them is that the Hunter swapped from LMT to Nyashi, and the second one is a Survivor change. And I'm very excited to see Nyashi, aka Jafet, hunt. Hold on.
Yeah, so you can see the team L.SMN is now very pressured as they have to return either a 2-1 or even try to... Nyashi right now has to return a 4K elimination and Survivors to complete a 3-man escape to even tie up the points. I would say it will be easier for the Survivors to just focus on returning 2 games 5-3, just a 3K and a draw for Survivors to win against Team ATG, and it will be very hard to even return an 8-1. Even those competitive teams like IVL teams, it's very hard for them to even return an 8-1 unless chances are being made.
Yeah, especially the fact that when you know you have to return an 8-1, because like there's just too many ways to counter it. For example, you can literally pick up the Embalmer like as tie characters as possible, tie survivors first and tie hunters as possible. It's different that when you know you have to return an 8-1. So for Nyashi, aka Jafet, we're seeing the cheerleader and the priestess band. So one thing for Jafet is that we know he has the breaking wheel because we've already seen it in action a lot of times here, and it seems that for the hunter side, they're going to be getting rid of the shadow. So Nyashi does not have the shadow to play with because I guess the cheerleader band is indicating a shadow pick, so that's why ATG returned the favor by getting rid of the shadow.
Yes, I guess ATG is on the Nyashi ban pick. Seeing him banning the cheerleader, which is a counter to shadow, they just immediately ban the shadow.
So Aeroplane is an Embalmer first, and then the Seer is gonna get banned next. But that actually opens the door for an opera singer because Nyashi actually played in the qualifiers, which he indeed used the opera singer to land a 4-man elimination. And it being a strong map here, I think this might be what we might see here because now Nyashi is aiming towards a 3-4 man, so ideally he wants to play a stronger hunter.
Yeah. So I'll say, especially Chinatown is a very strong opera singer. If you do have an opera singer, you should be playing an opera singer in any team comp, especially against a Chinatown team.
So female dancer, last one. Though female dancer, we've seen it in the past, like your team played it, like showed it how the female dancer can be used against an opera singer to stall for time here. But we have the full team comp, and I think the opera singer will be very decent against this team comp. The only issue the opera might face would probably be the female dancer's music boxes if like can be used accurately to assist. But otherwise, I can see the opera have a hard potential against this team comp.
Yeah, female dancer is good, but the problem is right, it's playing against a big map like Chinatown. It's not like Arms Factory. And even though the survivors can make their way to the music box, it's not very as effective compared to Arms Factory, the factory.
Yeah, but then again, as you mentioned, this being a very strong opera singer map, just because the fact that this is a massive map and there are a lot of shadow areas for the opera singer to fully utilize on. So yep, it will indeed be the opera singer on Nyashi's part because we have seen him play it in the qualifiers. So we are going to be heading into the map selection here. Yeah, spawn selection. So, we see the spawn selection. Let's see, where would Nyashi be spawned? But this team comp, I think he can chase anyone apart from maybe the female dancer if the dancer's music box is played right.
Yeah, as you can see, this team comp is very good for the opera singer, especially they have the Aeroplanist, the Prospector, and the Embalmer, which is not very strong against a opera singer. Aeroplanist is strong, but it really depends on its spawn location. but since the aeroplane is the only Titan on this decon, they have to protect him by letting him spawn center area, which also already exposed him as the Opera spawned at the hotel gate.
Ideally, maybe the opera singer can try and aim for the prospector first, because the prospector's one weakness is that he's weak early game, and if you leave him open too long, then his magnets are going to be coming to assist towards the mid to end game wise. So, but currently with Nyashi here, he spawned. Maybe he can shoot dash towards the prospector or the embalmer, but the embalmer will probably drop a coffin at the 2-story because their reasoning of choosing the embalmer is just saying that they want a tie here.
I would say in this spawn point, Nyashi most likely will chase the aeroplanist. Because in this team comp, he should know that the aeroplanist is the only one that most likely will bring Titan in this team comp. So if he chases the aeroplanist, he can immediately eliminate the Titaner, the whole game.
Oh yeah, definitely. And especially the fact that the aeroplanist is not too good against an opera singer just because like you speed boost, I speed boost type of situation. So I feel like here this team comp, they probably did not prepare too much against an opera here.
Yeah, so you can see that Nyashi is dashing towards the aeroplanist.
So go ahead.
Yeah, as you can see that the problem about chasing airplanes is that the airplanes can make its way to the dancer boxes. But in this situation, Nyashi immediately just go towards the dancer boxes area, trying to find the dancer, but the dancer has already rotated towards the mid stand, towards under the bridge, which Nyashi realized, which is buying a lot of time just by finding someone.
Yeah, but the Cypher progress did not lose by too much in the main time, so this is fine. So Nyashi gonna rotating here. Let's see, the female dancer still have 2 boxes to utilize here. Drops one of them, and I think he's gonna try and drop the second one here. Oh, not going to break the pallet here. But there's not too much for Yu Jiang to really use over here, so I think he'll be taking the first hit. Oh, uses the flywheel prematurely, but still taking that first hit, so that's definitely not looking too good, as Blink will be ready soon. So let's see, can Nyashi get this female dancer down? Oh, not gonna be blinking, but he knows that the flywheel is gonna go for a shadow dance, is able to get it down, and actually this Cypher progress is not looking good for the survivors at all, as this is a bit too fast.
Yeah, as you can see that the blink was just ready to be utilized, and the dancer already immediately dies without the Opera even using his blink. So this prevents the dancer to even second kite, and the dancer already fully utilized all 3 of her music boxes.
Yeah, he just does not have any music boxes left, so I think the female dancer maybe transitioned away from her boxes a bit too earlier. So now Nyashi goes back. Let's see, will he try to be aiming for double down? No, want to play safe, get the female dancer down. As currently in terms of Cypher progress is still in favor for Nyashi because there's only 2 Cyphers in total. The female dancer doesn't have much rebound kite situation. Oh, racing to retrieve this music box, able to break on it. I think the survivors will have to consider what their next move, but the embalmer already is able to spawn the coffin, and the prospector is also here prepared to harass. So let's see how this play out. Oh, not being able to get the stun as he dropped early, and nice flywheel effect. So will Jafet continue to pursue this chase? Because if he does that, it will allow the female dancer to crawl away.
Yeah, you can see that the prospector is buying a lot of time using these 3 magnets and his flywheel. The prospector can eat a hit, and that it just doesn't have to die to prevent the Opera from changing target, as he knows that the dancer has a coffin. So by having this coffin, it'll break the Opera chase, as he's forced to either use his trump card, as you can see him teleporting, changing to teleport to immediately get a faster chase on the dancer. As the faster the Opera can eliminate one survivor, it's faster for the Opera to start to control ciphers, which gives him a higher chance of winning.
Yeah, actually, like I realized that the embalmer saw the female dancer when the female dancer kited towards it. I think this was planned in advance, so pretty good like planning. And oh, able to get the palace done there, which is a huge move, allowing herself to buy more time. And as you mentioned, Nyashi wants to eliminate this female dancer fast so that he can go ahead to Cypher control, but he misses another dash over here. So now it seems that Nyashi is not able to down Yu Jiang in a short period of time, so this will allow the Cyphers to be gone in the meantime.
Yeah, the coffin and the prospector buying so much time, it is already a 4 Cypher pop, and Nyashi just eliminated one survivor. It'll be very hard for him to even try to get a 4-man elimination right now.
Well, let's see though, because the last cyber is being done by the prospector, which is within half health, but Nyashi did make of an error and missed a dash, or rather he dashed in the same shadow area, entering cooldown, which will be very fatal for an opera singer. So Nyashi, let's see, he probably knows which direction that the prospector went into, as he's going to be going hard after it. And yep, able to get it, but we can see that the survivors are healed in the meantime. So the survivors can really play this slow because the ciphers are scattered apart, unlike last game.
Yeah, as you see that the prospector is buying so much time using his 3 magnets. And the problem is that the prospector does not have... Which is another problem when it comes to...
He does not have borrowed time. Oh, flywheel? Let's see, does Jafet realize that? Because if Jafet realized that this prospector has no borrowed time, then he can actually just like play around this and yeah, able to get it down. The survivors just cannot pop it because the thing is, no borrowed time. So if Nyashi realizes it, then Nyashi can just hard after this and just like try and get this farm off instead.
Yeah, I would say the prospector utilizes all 3 of his magnet and flywheel, hoping that he is able to kite to Cypher Prime and immediately just pop it for survivors to not even have to go for the rescue. But in this situation that he utilized all 3 of his magnet and flywheel and he's still not able to kite out the Cypher Prime is now very bad towards the end game, as the hunter should know that the prospector brought 9-12 and doesn't have borrowed time. The Opera just immediately swing, palm the prospector. It will most likely be a 3 to 4k game.
Yeah, I think over here, as soon as they get the stun, they have to pop. Oh no, never mind. That was not a good popping time. So, already popped in the meantime here, but the survivors just cannot really go towards the gate just yet because they're afraid of teleport here. So Nyashi have to think carefully on what is his move. He sees the Tinnitus as I think he definitely saw Zell in the vicinity here, as the plan is for Zell to prop Tinnitus so that Yos YT can go towards the other gate here. So I think his plan for now is to just focus on this Aeroplanus, but Aeroplanus has 2 jetpacks to work with, so that he can potentially get towards the dungeon.
Yeah, as you can see, it will be very easy for 1-man escape, but Nyashi is too worried about the dancer, about the embalmer to come to rescue, and he just gave up on the Aeroplanus. And by the time when he went towards the connected double story gate, the door is already open, and now the Aeroplanus is able to escape through dungeon.
Yeah, I think the thing is that after he teleported back and realized that no one was there, he should have instantly teleported to the embalmer at the other side of the gate. Because the embalmer is a whiteboard, the embalmer doesn't have like much items to work with. The embalmer goes down, the aeroplane is... We don't know if he can reach it in time, but even if he can, then Nyashi can just easily go back to charge towards them, and he has like a more... I say it's a 50-50 or 60-40 chance of achieving like a 3-man elimination. But after he failed that dash, he got a bit too worried and did not dare to teleport, and that sort of costed him the potential win.
Yeah, I would say Nyashi didn't really play that endgame very well. Survivors made many mistakes and he did not really capture it and gave many chances. If I was Opera, after especially chairing down this map is very good for Opera. If you chair at the center or at one gate, you can really go to the other gate immediately. As you can see in that situation, he should have just checked the prospector and immediately go towards the other gate, trying to find the Tinnitus or just give them pressure to not even open the gate. As he still got the shadow at the behind, he can just immediately go back in case the airplane wants to come to rescue, to guarantee that at least a 3-man elimination. If the airplane chooses to come towards the chair to rescue, he can immediately just kill the airplane, as it is a full presence Opera. And the aeroplane has a Titan only. It does not have any broken windows or flywheel. It's impossible for the airplanes to even kite.
Yeah, I think he maybe panicked a bit there because he missed the dash. Because if he didn't miss that dash, he could have just continued to charge after the aeroplanist. Because even if during that time the embalmer pulls off the prospector, they don't have enough time to pop the gate. They'll charge towards the gate, and he's still in the advantage here.
But as you can see, that the ATG survivors also were aware of the teleport also. So when the prospector was checked, they didn't really open the gate immediately. But in the situation, knowing that the aeroplane is at center giving pressure, the embalmer should be immediately opening the gate to guarantee at least a 1-minute elimination. Because anytime wasted giving chance to the Opera, he will most likely be a 4K elimination. But in this situation, that Niashi failed his dash, making him panic and wasn't able to fully play how Opera should be playing in this game.
Yeah, he definitely had potential for more, but getting a tie is still okay if the survivors. But the survivors probably had to aim for 3-man escape next round because tying BO2 still makes it hard for BO3. But anyways, we're going to be heading into a quick break, and we'll see everyone after the break with what might be the potentially last match. So see you in a bit.
Welcome to the Aquatic Games. Let's give a big round of applause to the host.
I'm holding this event to honor the tradition of the flame and fulfill our family's mission. But all the glory on the field has turned into a distant memory, while reality is drowning in the abyss. The flame is on the verge of extinguishing. In order for the ceremony to proceed as planned, I chose to listen to the guidance of my ancestors in the faint light of the flame. But the journey is long, and I fear... Go! Okay. The lighting of the flame will be the crowning moment for every athlete.
Welcome to the Aquatic Games. Let's give a big round of applause to the host.
I'm holding this event to honor the tradition of the flame and fulfill our family's mission. But all the glory on the field has turned into a distant memory, while reality is drowning in the abyss. The flame is on the verge of extinguishing. In order for the ceremony to proceed as planned, I chose to listen to the guidance of my ancestors in the faint light of the flame. But the journey is long, and I fear... Go! Okay. The lighting of the flame will be the crowning moment for every athlete.
Welcome to the Aquatic Games. Let's give a big round of applause to the host.
I'm holding this event to honor the tradition of the flame and fulfill our family's mission. But all the glory on the field has turned into a distant memory, while reality is drowning in the abyss. The flame is on the verge of extinguishing. In order for the ceremony to proceed as planned, I chose to listen to the guidance of my ancestors in the faint light of the flame. But the journey is long, and I fear... Go! Okay. The lighting of the flame will be the crowning moment for every athlete.
Welcome to the Aquatic Games. Let's give a big round of applause to the host.
I'm holding this event to honor the tradition of the flame and fulfill our family's mission. But all the glory on the field has turned into a distant memory, while reality is drowning in the abyss. The flame is on the verge of extinguishing. In order for the ceremony to proceed as planned, I chose to listen to the guidance of my ancestors in the faint light of the flame. But the journey is long, and I fear... Go! Okay. The lighting of the flame will be the crowning moment for every athlete.
Welcome to the Aquatic Games. Let's give a big round of applause to the host.
I'm holding this event to honor the tradition of the flame and fulfill our family's mission. But all the glory on the field has turned into a distant memory, while reality is drowning in the abyss. The flame is on the verge of extinguishing. In order for the ceremony to proceed as planned, I chose to listen to the guidance of my ancestors in the faint light of the flame. But the journey is long, and I fear... Go! Okay.
Alright everyone, we're back with more IMR action. I'm your caster Invisible Joan. Joined by me is Panda. So let's have a quick recap on the score just now. As the first round ended in an 8-1, the second round ended in a 2-2 between ATG and Lumensomnia. So this means that first of all, if ATG lands a 3-man elimination this round, they're going to win directly. And second of all, Lumensomnia will probably be playing for a 3-man escape, because if they want to win, then they definitely will be aiming to win both second and the third round. Yep, so hold on. Yeah, so now we're at it. I'm gonna ask Sota to start. Yeah, so currently things... some Lumensomnia Survivor definitely have to step it up. So we actually saw them 3-man escape, I think, twice last week if I'm not mistaken. Like we know they have it in them, but can they do it?
Yeah, I would say against a stronger team like ATG, it wouldn't be as easy compared to Team AX they faced last week.
Yeah.
So it will really be a challenge on Team L.SMN survivors, and they must 3-man escape now.
Yeah, like that definitely, because the further we are in the tournament, the stronger the teams will be. As that's how tournaments work. The stronger teams advance, the weaker teams would like just slowly be eliminated, as this is a tournament. So we are going to be heading into the ban pick screen as the match point BGM should be in play here. As we are, like as I said, reminder, if it's a 3-man elimination, it'll be over. If it is like, but Team L.SMN will be playing for 3-man escape. So we are going to be seeing the first 2 bans here, as the Antiquarian and the Seer have both been removed right off the bat.
Yeah, you can see the KD banning the anti-Seer to give some room for his Opera or however. But you can see by the survivors side of Team L.SMN, they have chosen to ban KD Opera, as they just be 4K in. They will just be 4K by his Opera in BO1.
Yep, and also we see that they picked a Psychologist and a Cheerleader, so they may be potentially preparing against any potential IVs, but there is a chance that Kaidi's Hell Ember, like we actually been talking a lot about it throughout, is that Kaidi has an Hell Ember. We haven't seen it. They also should have keep their mind against it, because as I mentioned just now, you having a Hell Ember doesn't necessarily mean you have to play it, but you have to keep your mind that there is one, because if you don't, then they can surprise you with it.
Yeah, I'll say this is a very excellent choice by Team L.SMN by picking a Cycle to prevent ID's Hermit and Cheerleader to support and hide it, so be it by Hermit or his Hell Ember.
Yeah, so we're going to be seeing the Mercenary next, and Mercenary is also very good should there be any Hell Embers. And I actually think that with the Officer being banned, I feel like this has a certain amount of chance it's going to be a Hell Ember. Officer being banned, just because that actually Officer against these camping hunters, Officer is even safer choice than the Mercenary, because the moment Officer gets hit, then he can just watch and like after the Officer gets hit during a watch, then can just rescue, unlike a Merc that can get Terror Shock and one more swipe.
Yeah, you're right. Especially in the past, the old meta against Bourbon, First Officer is always chosen first to be played against a bomber because the first officer just choose to eat the bomb and have the 5-second title to force rescue. Even though the first officer can eat a terror shot or double down, he'll still be able to pull the rescue. Unlike a mercenary, which there's a chance that he may still get terror shot.
Yep, exactly. But the question is that will there be a Hell Ember though? Because the Hell Ember, like why we don't see it, because his early game is very, very weak. Like he has little to near nothing early game wise, that he gains his presence very hard. And considering the Kaiti only needs a tie, maybe he wants to just play something that is more stable in terms of it. Because like, even though he needs a free man to end this game, I think a tie is acceptable for Kaiti because they'll be heading into the third round with an 8-1 lead. So we're still waiting on Kaiti's pick, but we did see him with Hermit, but maybe not that good considering there's a cycle.
Yeah, I would say, especially the fourth pick, I wouldn't recommend to take a Magician. I'll choose to play like a stronger kiting character, so be you're trying to kite his Hell Ember or Hermit. Especially this map, Patient or Aeroplanist or Acrobat would be stronger or recommended compared to a Magician.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, there's just like way, if you know that this might be a Hell Ember, there's just way like more different options. We are going to be waiting on to the next pick here though. I'm still thinking what could it possibly be. I mean like, we don't know if Kaiti has the Shadow or no, like we see with the Hermit not too good. And okay, it's the one thing that we have all been asking in the past, and we've asked and you shall receive. It is the Hell Ember for real. So I think I'll say this, the key is how fast is the first down. If it's the first down too fast, then it's Hell Ember's game. But here the Magician has to watch out because the Magician probably will be the weaker kiter here.
Yeah, either a Magician or a Psychologist would be a good first chase, especially because Magician is very easy to force the Magician stick, and especially Hell Ember, who normally bring the talent, the chase.
Yeah.
It will be easier for him to catch up to the survivors, and especially Psychologist, which does not have any items to work with, is forced to. It relies only on getting his distance and mind gaming pellets.
Yep. So heading into the area selection, and Team L.SMN will have to think carefully because if they do not play this run right, this might very well be their last game. So Merc at the center, Cheerleader at the left, Magician at the right, Psychologist hanging around at the bottom over here. Meanwhile, the Hell Emperor will be hovering around as he wants to find either the Psycho or the Magician.
Yeah, so you can see that this is a very interesting spawn. Most likely will be choosing the Psychologist in this team form.
Yeah, that's probably because, yeah, the Psychologist actually does not have much kind of abilities, but I think this is where the persona matters, because if we look over here, there's 3 broken windows, so I think they probably expected a Hell Ember in some sort of way, because Hell Ember, broken windows may be better because you can use it to increase the distance between you and the hunter, and early game wise, Hell Ember doesn't really have much counterplay towards that. So in the end, and I'm excited because Kaiti being a S badge Hell Ember, he definitely has a trick up his sleeve because he definitely knows that the survivors would counter them, but let's see how is he going to counter against this counter comp.
Yeah, I would say it really depends. Against a Hell Ember, it really depends on how big of a distance you can transition and get against a Hell Ember to delay the first hit. Because especially against a Hell Ember, they will normally bring an insolence trait. So once they get the first hit, they will have the puppet to even give more pressure to you when kiting. And when the time 60 seconds is up, the blink is ready, you just go down immediately. And most likely it will be a draw game for the Hell Ember.
Yeah, and draw is actually acceptable because Hell Ember has a very strong camping ability. So yeah, we're gonna be heading into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Right off the bat, Kaiti marching around, heading towards Jeff and Fanboy Polo or Jeff, and unexpected here. And yes, the Psychologist definitely will have to make the run because this is a Hell Ember and she's one of the weaker targets. But currently, Kaiti seems to not know which direction that unexpected went to.
Yeah, we see it's very smart but unexpected to wait at the staircase to see if Kaiti went upstairs or downstairs before transitioning away to prevent even getting mind gamed by the Hell Ember.
Yeah, but the downside of that though is that she allowed the distance between her and Thunder to shrink massively. And oh, for a split second I thought he would use the Phantom Soul, but I guess you had to wait for a bit. And this Hell Ember, let's see what he brought. He Insolence and Detention, but he's not using the Phantom Souls to destroy the pallets though, so just breaking the pallets will allow the Psychologist like a safe transition and the Cypher progress to be stolen in the meantime. He's gonna use the Phantom Soul now, but I think the Phantom Soul wandered off or something. Oh no, still able to go after, but ended up still only able to get a hit.
Yeah, we see this cycle has a lot of experience to cut against a Hell Ember, holding the pallet immediately running towards the Phantom. Because normally the Hell Ember would trap you in between the Phantom and his main body to get a basic hit. But the cycle mind game the Hell Ember and ran the other side to prevent from getting trapped.
Yep. Every time he just runs out in the open over here, and oh, let's see how Ember the lane for. I think he wanted to try and see if the Phantom Soul can get a hit first, but not being able to. And currently, actually, Free Cypher's already gone in the meantime. Kaidi seems to have took too much time, and oh, throws a soul here, instant teleport, and that's the Hell Ember trick. Psychologist trap, and down she goes. But this is a Free Cypher kite already, but this is a camping Hell Ember, so the mercenary will have to play this very, very carefully, as this might make her break the game.
In this situation that both ciphers are already being started decoded, the mercenary can just wait for Cypher being primed before even going for the rescue to play safe.
Oh yeah, he doesn't even have, but then the mercenary got spot out early though, so things might change, and Kaidi does not seem to realize which direction, so he just allowed the mercenary to give off a free rescue. Oh, drops the Phantom Soul over here, fakes, but actually hits the chair. The Phantom Soul is gonna get a hit here, so in the end, this is a successful rescue, so this almost sealed Kaidi's fate, because it's going to be very hard for him to achieve a tie from this situation, considering that he has Insolence and Detention.
Yeah, I'll say Kaidi made a mistake. He wanted to throw the red puppet to teleport the red puppet immediately to get the drop hit on the mercenary to have a chance in failing the rescue. But however, the mercenary, when the Hell Ember wasn't aware of the mercenary, he headed to the chair. He should immediately rescue, because knowing Hell Ember, when he was using the yellow puppet, he's not able to swing. However, when Hell Ember is using the red puppet, he's able to swing, which allows him to give him the drop hit animation.
So Kaidi now is just wandering around, and really I think his best... I think for him, he still wants to achieve a tie, because Free Man Escape, Foreman Escape is the same, and for Survivors, oh, he going to do the drop down hit, but the Mercenary instantly pulled it off, so now this does not seem likely for him to even get a tie from this situation, but the Psychologist also had borrowed time, so there's just not much that Kaidi can really do, as the Survivors are already standing at the gates.
Yeah, I'll say this does not really look good for Kaidi at the moment, because the mercenary is already preparing for endgame, demolishing the puppet at the connected double story gate.
Ooh! Oh, I knew what Kaidi was trying to do. He was trying to had his Phantom Soul nearby, so the Phantom Soul could get the hit the moment borrowed time came in play. Unfortunately, not being able to, Psychologist will be kiting around the dungeon, but Kaidi still has a blink to work with, so let's see, can you get the blink down here? Yep, goes for the blink, and down goes the Psychologist, but the other three Survivors are able to exit the game, so this will be a Free Man Escape, the one thing that Lumensomnia is aiming for.
Yeah, I would say it's very impressive by the mercenary and the Psychologist. When Kaidi gave chance, the mercenary managed to capture it and utilize it very well, both rescuing very fantastically. It's very hard to even get a full without getting a hit against the Hell Ember during the first rescue.
Yeah, and I feel like as you mentioned that the Hell Ember was trying to play a drop-down trick, but mistakenly and allowed the mercenary getting a free rescue. That was just a bit of an error, because Hell Ember is a camping hunter, but he failed to utilize it completely during this game and spent too much time trying to get the Psychologist down, so that resulted in a Free Man Escape, and it also kept Lumensomnia alive, because now in terms of rounds, we're back 1-1 now.
I would say Kaidi didn't really perform well with his Hell Ember. I really expected more from him. Both rescue didn't really perform well. Even if he managed to give to have the Merc not having full health endgame, there's still even a slight chance of even drawing because he still has blink and the puppet is near the gate. He immediately blink the cycle and teleport to the mercenary, and there's a chance to even go for the draw as mercenary already utilizes 2 elbow pads in the first rescue, forcing the mercenary to only have 1 elbow pad left.
Yeah, I just felt like on the Hell Ember, from the chase to everything was a bit like fell behind towards the survivors. So yeah, anyways, a very amazing performance from Lumen Somnia Survivor, and the Merc able to like pull off some good rescues against the Hell Ember. So now things are 1-1, but ATG is still in the lead in terms of like points. So we're going to be taking a quick break now, and we'll see everyone after the break as we're heading into the third round between Lumen Somnia versus ATG. So anyways, see you in a bit.
Welcome to the Aquatic Games! Let's give a big round of applause to the host.
I'm holding this event to honor the tradition of the flame and fulfill our family's mission. But all the glory on the field has turned into a distant memory, while reality is drowning in the abyss. The flame is on the verge of extinguishing. In order for the ceremony to proceed as planned, I chose to listen to the guidance of my ancestors in the faint light of the flame. But the journey is long, and I fear. Go! Okay. The lighting of the flame will be the crowning moment for every athlete.
Welcome to the Aquatic Games! Let's give a big round of applause to the host.
I'm holding this event to honor the tradition of the flame and fulfill our family's mission. But all the glory on the field has turned into a distant memory, while reality is drowning in the abyss. The flame is on the verge of extinguishing. In order for the ceremony to proceed as planned, I chose to listen to the guidance of my ancestors in the faint light of the flame. But the journey is long, and I fear. Go! Okay. The lighting of the flame will be the crowning moment for every athlete.
Welcome to the Aquatic Games! Let's give a big round of applause to the host.
I'm holding this event to honor the tradition of the flame and fulfill our family's mission. But all the glory on the field has turned into a distant memory, while reality is drowning in the abyss. The flame is on the verge of extinguishing. In order for the ceremony to proceed as planned, I chose to listen to the guidance of my ancestors in the faint light of the flame. But the journey is long, and I fear. Go! Okay. The lighting of the flame will be the crowning moment for every athlete.
Welcome to the Aquatic Games! Let's give a big round of applause to the host.
I'm holding this event to honor the tradition of the flame and fulfill our family's mission. But all the glory on the field has turned into a distant memory, while reality is drowning in the abyss. The flame is on the verge of extinguishing. In order for the ceremony to proceed as planned, I chose to listen to the guidance of my ancestors in the faint light of the flame. But the journey is long, and I fear. Go! Okay. The lighting of the flame will be the crowning moment for every athlete.
Welcome to the Aquatic Games! Let's give a big round of applause to the host.
I'm holding this event to honor the tradition of the flame and fulfill our family's mission. But all the glory on the field has turned into a distant memory, while reality is drowning in the abyss. The flame is on the verge of extinguishing. In order for the ceremony to proceed as planned, I chose to listen to the guidance of my ancestors in the faint light of the flame. But the journey is long, and
Hello everyone, we're back with more IMR action. I'm your caster Invisible Joan, joined by me is Panda, as we're going to be heading into the final round. As due to how the scores are right now, both Team L.SMN and ATG have won a round respectively, but the advantage for Lumensomnia is, or rather for ATG, is that they have the points lead by 11-6. This means that should this round be a tie, ATG would also win, so Lumensomnia will be looking to win round 3, regardless of how much the score is. Oh, hi Sotet. Okay, Panda, I invited you by the way.
Okay. So yeah, so you see that L.SMN managed to undergo the pressure and managed to 3-man escape Kai D's Hell Ember, which is very impressive by the survivor side, giving them a breather in BO3 instead of trying to focus on an 8-1. They just have to focus on getting a 5-3 point win against ATG to take over the entire game.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. So we're moving on to the third round. So I do wonder, because the thing is that they're still in danger though, because should they get 4-man, it'll be over on the spot. So that you can start, by the way. So for them this round, they'll also be looking for maybe to they cannot afford to have the points being exceeded by too much, as they must win this round. So we are going to having to see what would the survivors ban the hunters. Facing your battles will be very crucial now, because first of all, they definitely would not release the opera singer, but would they release out the Hell Ember will be a good question.
Yeah, I would say by Team L.SMN, they should be focusing on banning his Opera and Hell Ember. As I would say, Kai D's Hermit is strong, but it's not very strong compared to his Hell Ember, which is more skillful.
But you do mention one thing of the Hermit though, is that the Psychologist is already sent into perma-bans. So if Kai D wants to play it out in this round, then they lost one of the characters that counters it. So maybe, and if Kai D is leaning towards a Hermit, maybe they also would be looking to ban the Barmaid too, just so that the survivors have no healing characters in their play or in their possibilities.
Yeah, I would say it really depends on how the survivors are focusing on countering his Hermit, and especially against Lakeside. A Warp Hermit is very scary.
Yep, so we are going to be seeing... Oh, by the way, hold on. Yeah, that one was wrong. So we are going to be seeing the Antiquarian and the Seer are going to be banned right off the bat. And because actually Kadi also have a bit of a pressure, because the 8-1 score sort of get negated over here, as right now all L.SMN needs to do is to win this round, which another 5-3 will be sufficient here. So both sides have to be careful, as if the first half ended in badly for one of the sides, then it'll be very hard for the other sides to come back from. So we are going to be seeing the first 2 bans here, and yes, Hell Ember indeed got banned despite free escaping it. And for the survivor side, hold on, it seems that they're full on prepared for this Hermit, because we are actually seeing them considering, or they locked it in, the Mechanic and the Magician. We did see in one way last week how your team actually kited out a Hermit with the Mechanic here, by just having the Mechanic to kite with the bot.
Yeah, I would say A.SMN really loves the magician. Maybe they have like a magician player.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they have a magician player. If not, magician is not really the best pick against, especially against a hermit. Picking an embalmer or a barmaid would be more effective, especially.
Yes. Well, because like I know one of the players like Fury is a magician main and plays it a lot. Oh, will he have it? The Ford. And I know who is going to be this Ford player. It's going to be Mix. And he's also known for his forward play back in like a couple years back. So it seems that here L.SMN is definitely throwing everything at the table. It's been a while since we've seen Mix play forward, and I'm excited. So Priestess will be the last ban here. But currently there's just no indication on what Kaidi is going to play. Like, if Kaidi wants to play a Hermit, I'm not seeing it by his bans.
Yeah, I would say it's a very smart ban pick by Kaidi also by banning out the Priestess, especially in Lakeside Village. It's a very strong for Priestess.
Yeah, definitely though. I mean, this being a big map and everything, so currently there's still no indication on what Kaidi wants to pick. Like, would he play the Hermit or would he play something else? Because the Hermit, there might be a risk here because the mechanic spot is like a double-edged sword. But there is a way that the mechanic spot can also be used to share damage, and we all know the Hermit's downing speed will be very slow, and adding on the mechanic spot onto the shared damage would make everything more complicated. So Kaidi will have to take a moment and think carefully if he wants to play the Hermit or will he be opting for something else.
Yeah, I would say to be honest, at this point we are not really sure what will Kaidi play, as Kaidi has a very interesting character pool and has brought a lot of surprises to us at the moment. So yeah, he even play a Hermit because in this situation Kaidi just have to go for a draw.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like having a draw, getting a draw on both sides, then yeah, it's still possible. But honestly, it's anyone's game considering that like things are all timed up and Lumensomnia just needs to win it. Okay, so we are going to be seeing this pick here as it's going to be the Gamekeeper making a grand appearance. Gamekeeper is strong against the Aeroplanist. Magician actually sort of, because the thing is that even the Magician uses his wands, his decoys. The Gamekeeper can hook the decoys to get closer, and Lakeside Village is also a map the Gamekeeper is very strong at. So it seems to me that Lumen, or rather ATG, is aiming for this when they made the map selection.
Yeah, I'll say Gamekeeper is really not a very good Village is a very strong Gamekeeper map, but you're versus a team comp like a mechanic, which is that if the ball is out, Gamekeeper can't do anything, and Gamekeeper really is afraid of Cypher Rush, and a Magician also. A Magician really counters the Gamekeeper as he can use the Magician stick to eat the hook. Even though the Gamekeeper got buffed in a way that the hook will be, he's still able to hook. When the Magician plays the Magician wand, it will act like a wall.
Yep.
So the Gamekeeper can hook over, but the Magician still have pellets nearby which to able to mind game. And there's an Aeroplanist which really counters the Gamekeeper. So whenever the Aeroplanist get hooked, he can immediately just use one of the propel to dodge it.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. I sort of forgot about that, but I think it's a 50-50 because in the end, the Gamekeeper is not afraid of like massive transitioners like the Aeroplanist. But I think first of all, the Ford would definitely be key of this team comp because he is one of the only like transition assist and support that the team has. And second of all, the mechanic will also be key because ideally the Hunter definitely wants to aim towards this mechanic first. So how the mechanic is going to hide herself and her bot will also be very crucial for this game too.
Yeah, I would say in this team Kaidi should really focus. If I was Kaidi, I would be most likely chasing the mechanic or the forward. Aeroplanist is really hard to chase, especially if the Aeroplanist knows how to counter against a Gamekeeper.
Yeah, I think the way to counter is to not use your hooks to transition, but use it after you get caught, especially with the one that you can use to rise to the air. That one can sort of push back a bit. But then again, Lakeside Village is also a map where Gamekeeper is strong at, like not the strongest, but still some strength. So let's see how it play out as we're going to be heading into the game. And this will also be the final game of Kai D and L.SMN Survivor for this matchup. So let's keep to it, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, you see the Kai D immediately put a trap at the window to prevent survivors from transitioning back to Smallwood and looping him there. The window is very scary and very annoying, forcing Hunter to always block, which buys a lot of time. So you can see that Kai D is making his way to front gate to chase the aeroplanist. He really missed the first hook against the aeroplanist, which is not very good for Kai D. Especially the mechanic is outside and Cypher Rush is very scary.
Yeah, but the thing is that Jeff chose to instantly use the jetpacks, but that is not the best move because now he has nothing to counter this hook, which is able to immediate hook. Misses the hit though, but is able to get the hit over here. And because this aeroplanist has brought Ty Turner, so he doesn't have much capabilities to utilize, so this is not a good position as now he'll be forced to exit this pallet area because there's a trap at the window.
Yeah, you can see that even though that he hit very early, I'm not very worried about it because the aeroplane still has this big propel, which is very annoying against the gamekeeper.
Let's see. Oh, but he didn't use it over there though. I think he either reacted too slow or anything. So now this changes the story entirely because yes, the mechanic is outside, but if we look at the ciphers, there's only one that's over 70%. Adding together, there's only 2 ciphers something, which is not enough if the survivors want a free man escape. So they at best can only play for a tie here. But Mix already gets spotted, but oh, a nice football there to dodge as he missed the hook. So let's see, what will Kylie do here? Wants to go for a terror shock, but Mix pretty smart, predicted it, and now there's room for Femboy Polo here to do a rebound cut.
Oh, you see that the aeroplane wasn't looking back and wasn't able to look at the hook, eating that terror shock, preventing. Or did a very sexy football towards the chair.
Yeah, the thing is that the Ford... I think you're lagging a bit. The Ford actually did a very good rescue, but the thing is that, as you mentioned, Femboy Polo did not did not look behind him, so this costed him there. As we noted that because at that point of time the gamekeeper already expended the hook, so he had a lot of chance of rebound cut potential, but he has no blink and he still has the big propel. But then him going down there just changes the story entirely, and now he's looking to be sold over here, and there's still around 2 whole cipher progress remaining.
Yeah, you can see that they chose to sell the airplanes, but I wouldn't recommend selling airplanes because the airplane still has the big propel, which is still very annoying against the gamekeeper. You can buy a lot of time, especially the 8 of the forward. But the Cyber chose to sell, so we can see that Kaidi is making his way towards the toilet area, and the forward did not tell the mechanic that he was going there, and the ball ate a terror shock hook.
Yeah, the forward, the bot going out is actually very bad now, but it seems to me that Kaidi is gonna go after the mechanic. I thought he would be going after the mechanic, or rather the forward, because once the forward gets injured, then it would have an advantage is that there will be a cipher, like the mechanic will have like a decoding debuff over there, so I thought he would be continue after the forward. I guess he did not want to deal with the forward that has half a football remaining.
Yeah, especially against a forward, there's no point chasing a forward because the forward already himself has a 30% decoding debuff. If you continue chasing a forward, the mechanic and the magician can be decoding very fast.
Oh, let's see. Not being able to fly. I think he tried to fly over there. But anyways, the mechanic being chased now, we can see the ciphers are dropping in the meantime. So after, like, the moment Kaidi gets the mechanic down, he has to think carefully what he wants to do. But the mechanic currently doing a very good job, and we do not know what personnel the mechanic has, so I'll issue a warning later. But oh, let's see. Oh, able to use the flywheel effect, but flywheel's into the trap. So that was such an unfortunate. Like, the mechanic knows that he has to fly away the hook, but wasn't paying attention to the trap there. So now we can see that the last cipher is being decoded by the forward, or rather the magician. The forward going in for stun rescue, not giving some time, not like any camping chances, but I'm not too certain because we can see that the last cipher is not being touched yet.
Yeah, as you can see, the last cipher is at center, so the forward is worried that the hunter would control the center cipher by sharing the mechanic there. So instead, he immediately used a stun rescue to prevent hunter from even trying to affect the cipher. As you can see, as I went to spectate the mechanic, you can see that the mechanic did not bring any borrowed time.
Yeah.
The mechanic brought 9 shots.
Oh, okay, the survivors have to be careful now because Kaidi can set up 3 traps over here. But I think the smart thing for or 2 traps. The smart thing for the survivors do is to instantly eat a trap. But actually, the gamekeeper swapped into warp. I'm not too certain what he's trying to aim over here. But we'll see. The 4 can't choose. Oh, the 4, the one eating the trap is good though. But the survivor have to find a good opportunity to pop. Because the fact that there's no borrowed time, the 4 has to get the body block. But they popped it now?
This is a very interesting pop by Team L.SMN Survivor. It was very interesting also that why didn't Kaidi change to abnormal instead of changing to a warp. But as long as Kaidi is able to take down this 3k, it will be most likely be a stable win for Team ATG.
Well, currently we can see that the Magician is the one. Oh, Mechanic self-heal. Let's see. Oh, just a juke around here. He's... the Mechanic will be looking to like delay enough time for the 4 to self-heal himself back up, but doesn't seem possible. So with that, I think the Magician will be the only one making an escape. And yeah, I think that now that you're talking, I realized that because if the gamekeeper swapped into abnormal over there, then unless all 3 survivors can instantly rush to pop it, otherwise he could kick the Cypher and the game would have changed entirely and he could have 4-manned. But then again, so this is a bit of a blunder, and I feel like the survivors pop over there was a bit of a blunder because they could have tried to rescue again, and like they could have tried to rescue again, and if they achieved the block, they could have tied it. But then popping it just ensured a 3-man elimination on Team ATG's part. So now the pressure will be back onto Team AT, or rather L.SMN's Hunter to get 4-man, because if they don't get the 4-man, it'll be over.
Yeah, as you can see that now the L.SMN Hunter level T is very pressured. A.SMN has to 4k eliminate Team ATG, which is not very easy as they still have empowerment to be utilized.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, things are not looking too good for L.SMN, but their Hunter Nyashi still has a chance. So anyways, we're going to be heading into a quick break, and we'll see everyone after a break into definitely the final match between Team ATG and L.SMN. See you in a bit.
Welcome to the Aquatic Games! Let's give a big round of applause to the host.
I'm holding this event to honor the tradition of the flame and fulfill our family's mission. But all the glory on the field has turned into a distant memory, while reality is drowning in the abyss. The flame is on the verge of extinguishing. In order for the ceremony to proceed as planned, I chose to listen to the guidance of my ancestors in the faint light of the flame. But the journey is long, and I fear... Go! Okay. The lighting of the flame will be the crowning moment for every athlete.
Welcome to the Aquatic Games! Let's give a big round of applause to the host.
I'm holding this event to honor the tradition of the flame and fulfill our family's mission. But all the glory on the field has turned into a distant memory, while reality is drowning in the abyss. The flame is on the verge of extinguishing. In order for the ceremony to proceed as planned, I chose to listen to the guidance of my ancestors in the faint light of the flame. But the journey is long, and I fear... Go! Okay. The lighting of the flame will be the crowning moment for every athlete.
Welcome to the Aquatic Games! Let's give a big round of applause to the host.
I'm holding this event to honor the tradition of the flame and fulfill our family's mission. But all the glory on the field has turned into a distant memory, while reality is drowning in the abyss. The flame is on the verge of extinguishing. In order for the ceremony to proceed as planned, I chose to listen to the guidance of my ancestors in the faint light of the flame. But the journey is long, and I fear.
Go! Go! Go!
Okay. The lighting of the flame will be the crowning moment for every athlete.
Welcome to the Aquatic Games! Let's give a big round of applause to the host.
I'm holding this event to honor the tradition of the flame and fulfill our family's mission. But all the glory on the field has turned into a distant memory, while reality is drowning in the abyss. The flame is on the verge of extinguishing. In order for the ceremony to proceed as planned, I chose to listen to the guidance of my ancestors in the faint light of the flame. But the journey is long, and I fear.
Go! Go! Go!
Okay. The lighting of the flame will be the crowning moment for every athlete.
Welcome to the Aquatic Games! Let's give a big round of applause to the host.
I'm holding this event to honor the tradition of the flame and fulfill our family's mission. But all the glory on the field has turned into a distant memory, while reality is drowning in the abyss. The flame is on the verge of extinguishing. In order for the ceremony to proceed as planned, I chose to listen to the guidance of my ancestors in the faint light of the flame. But the journey is long, and I fear.
Go! Go! Go!
Okay. The lighting of the flame will be the crowning moment for every athlete.
Welcome to the Aquatic Games! Let's give a big round of applause to the host.
I'm holding this event to honor the tradition of the flame and fulfill our family's mission. But all the glory on the field has turned into a distant memory, while reality is drowning in the abyss. The flame is on the verge of extinguishing. In order for the ceremony to proceed as planned, I chose to listen to the guidance of my ancestors in the faint light of the flame. But the journey is long, and I fear.
Go! Go! Go!
Okay. The lighting of the flame will be the crowning moment for every athlete.
Welcome to the Aquatic Games! Let's give a big round of applause to the host.
I'm holding this event to honor the tradition of the flame and fulfill our family's mission. But all the glory on the field has turned into a distant memory, while reality is drowning in the abyss. The flame is on the verge of extinguishing. In order for the ceremony to proceed as planned, I chose to listen to the guidance of my ancestors in the faint light of the flame. But the journey is long, and I fear.
Go! Go! Go!
Okay.
Alright everyone, welcome back to the last game between ATG and L.SMN. And yes, this will be the last game no matter what. We're gonna just be heading into a quick recap. And because there was a 3-man elimination, this means... Sorry Panda, give me a moment. So this means that for Team Lumensomnia, they must 4-man no matter what if they want to win. So it will be like an all or nothing approach for Team Lumensomnia, and I'm very excited to see what would the teams have in store. So hold on, let me invite the relevant... Oh, sorry. Yeah, I've talked too much.
Yeah, so we can see that Team L.SMN and Nayashi has to 4K eliminate to advance the next game to versus Team A.SMN. If they are unable to, they'll be eliminated from the tournament already.
Yeah.
So all hopes of Team L.SMN advancing lies on Nayashi.
Yeah, and for Team ATG, they only need to 1-man escape. I mean, they could have chosen Embalmer, but Embalmer is also in the global ban, so they have to think carefully. Oh, by the way, Sota, you can begin.
Yeah, so Nayashi in this situation, he should be focusing on banning those survivors, which is very easy for a draw. Especially a map like Lakeside, I would recommend banning away the Priestess.
Oh, definitely. Priestess is very good because of her abilities to like make miracles, which Nayashi definitely does not want at this point of time.
Yeah, Priestess is very annoying in the way they can affect your case. So if the person liked it on chair but he got the Titan and went through the global, you're wasting so much time, which could be used to getting the 4K elimination.
Yeah, anyways, we're going to be seeing the... let's see. Yep, we're going to be seeing the first 2 bans here. And actually let out the Priestess though, as he chose to ban first the Seer and then the Cheerleader. And I think I have a feeling that I know what Nayashi is trying to play, but let's see. Because, oh, would you look at this? Like, first of all, the Shadow and Opera has been banned, which is like no surprise. And then the...
so you can see that the survivors have chosen Prospector and Battle as the first 2 picks, as the survivors are really just playing their main characters, as they just need to run one.
Yep. All fighting approach. Mercenary going to be the next one banned over here. Nayashi definitely have to take the time to think on what Hunter can achieve like a 3 or 4-man elimination. Like, he definitely have to think very carefully in this type of situation, so... let's see.
So we can see as the 3rd survivor ban, he chose to ban the Mercenary to prevent them from taking a stable rescuer. Then we can see the survivor side, they have chosen the Lawyer as the 3rd choice to get that fast decoding in.
Court ban, and finally the Prisoner pick. And I'm actually just thinking here, would we be seeing like a potential breaking wheel? Because actually Nayashi or Jafet, like one of the first Hunter he's known for playing is definitely the breaking wheel. Just he's very proficient with it, and we've seen him like have miracles with the breaking wheel in the past. So I'm wondering, will we be seeing it now? Because if we look at this, it's actually playable here. Maybe the Prospector is the one that's gonna have a bit of a trouble. But for the others, it's definitely playable because Lawyer, Prisoner, like Cypher rushing teams are afraid of the wheel.
Yeah, but however this map, Lakeside, is not very strong for the breaking wheel compared to Ever Sleeping or Chinatown or Moonlit. So if you choose to play the breaking wheel, I would recommend to bring the window block, especially when you're chasing at Shack or at Small Boat area.
Oh, by the way, there we have it. It's going to be Jafet's breaking wheel, his classic, the one that he's the most famous and also infamous of off, so we'll have to see on what exactly have in store. As I'm excited, I always love seeing Japhet's breaking wheel. It's the standard classic. It's an all or nothing type of situation. And for the survivor side, like, if the first down happens too quick, they still have the prospector to try and like reverse it. So let's see what will happen.
Yeah, I would say especially a batter really hard counters a breaking wheel, especially in terms of OB, because the batter can immediately just can bonk you when you're, especially when you're full presence trying to down the survivor, can just bonk you, preventing your teammates to even use a flywheel and cancelling your full presence, which can be very annoying.
Yeah, but I'm seeing potential risk here. Like, first of all, look at this. We have 3 broken windows and 1 flywheel effect only brought by the batter. And broken windows doesn't quite work against the wheel. Second of all, not a single person have Tide Turner in this game. Like, I think they wanted to make sure everyone can kite, but that also opens the door for the wheel to just turn to wheel form and then snap, fly 2 spikes and snap, and boom, they goes down. So we'll have to see though. The prison breaking wheel chose to spawn at the boat, like near the boat, but I'm not certain if this is the best move though, because the prisoner will be a bit on the boat, will be a very hard to down.
Yeah, you can see that it's a very interesting spawn. He's hoping to spawn here to lock the 11 cipher and is praying that the small world doesn't have a cipher, forcing the prospector to transition to center to decode. So let's see how will Niashi be able to get a quick down on the prisoner. As breaking really depends on how fast he can get the down to determine the 3 to 4k game.
Yep. Yeah, the first chase is honestly everything over here. So hold on, let me just hop back into... let's just hop back into here. So anyways, we're gonna be approaching the final game. And this has been a long day and an exhausting day for me too, but yeah, it's all worth it. So now we're going to be heading into the match. And let's see what will Nyashi's plan be. Okay.
So you can see the breaking wheel went to wheel form and is heading towards the big boat to chase the prisoner as expected. You can see that Nyashi brought insolence and window block.
Yeah, but the prisoner actually chose to loop around the stairs instead of back to the windows. Actually, that was a bit of a risk there because he could have gotten spiked, but currently doing a very good job in evading, and Japhet just not being able to position himself, just playing merry-go-round with the breaking wheel, and Nyashi not being able to do anything so far.
Yeah, you can see it's already been 40 seconds into the game and he still has not get the first spike. Oh, we can see that finally the breaking wheel managed to get the first spike after 40 seconds into the game.
He still has 1 more acceleration. Let's see, can he make this acceleration count? Oh, is able to. So let's see, is he gonna blink it immediately? Oh, chooses to play it safe though. The cyber progress is looking fine, so let's see. Oh, he is able to get the trap, but...
a very skilled follow and managed to get an immediate trap when the prisoner vaulted down. But he wasn't able to trap the prisoner here at the pallet area. But if he did, the prisoner would have just died immediately.
Oh yeah, because he actually brought excitement, I just realized.
Yeah, he brought excitement to counter the prospector and batter from OBing, which required a lot more time for the prisoner to kite. As you see that the Polo missed his 3rd trap, and it doesn't look really good for Nyashi at the moment.
Oh, mind game. Is able to get it down though, but the thing is that this is a near free cipher kite, so things are definitely not looking too good. We'll have to see how this one plays out, because the saving grace for Nyashi is that there's not a single survivor with Tide Turner. So that means that they cannot use a Tide Turner to just forcefully drag for time. So this might be the one thing that Nyashi has that can save him right now.
Yeah, even though the Nyashi got down the prisoner, it still doesn't really look good because it's already been a 3-cyber kite, and it really depends on how the rescuer can come and rescue. Even though there's no Tide Turner, I would say they don't really need a Tide Turner, because they are a very strong OB team comp, which they can just OB to buy the Tide Turner time.
Oh, alright. I think he wants to try and... Prisoner is already here. But is able to get the down without even switching to wheel form. This is definitely good. And now, the thing is that breaking wheel is also in the vicinity. So now he can also... Or rather, the batter's in the vicinity. So now he can go for this batter. But the batter does have flywheel effect to work with. So he has to make this one count. Oh,
we can
misses.
see that now
Misses.
Niachi is very eager and went out of the wheel from too early to prevent. If the follow was near the batter, he could at least force a flywheel. And he wasn't, because he was too rush, I guess. So managed to let the batter to dodge the full presence without using any.
Yeah, but first of all, I feel like Niashi still has a chance because there's still one whole cipher remaining, and actually, if I'm not mistaken, all three remaining ciphers seems to be around the same area or so. So he actually still has a chance, considering it also experiment. So, oh, let's see. Oh, not being able to snap down the batter because he swapped a very nice play from the batter side. So now let's see. He should be able to get the prisoner down soon, but.
But the thing is that even though he just utilized his full presence, and even though that if he has full presence, the prisoner has still has a snap cancel the full presence skill, which forcing him to basic hit the prisoner one more time before he even go down. This doesn't really look good for Niashi right now, as the lawyer is a very fast decoding, especially with the accelerated decoding. But the prospector and the batter is next to Niashi, giving that pressure to make him very nervous and no room for error.
Yeah, and it seems that Niashi is a bit panicking a bit because we can see that he actually missed a couple. If able to turn out, but let's see. Yeah, able to get a stun here, so this almost ensures that the survivors are. This will be like they're able to achieve endgame.
Yeah, we can see that even though he has the 2 spot on the prisoner, he doesn't have the opportunity to even snap at him due to the strong support by his teammates, the batter and the prospector, which constantly using the items on Niashi, preventing him to even do anything about the prisoner. So that Niashi he can't waste any more time chasing the prisoner, and he has to go out and chase other people to prevent them from even escaping. As remember guys, Niashi has to 4K.
Yeah, but that doesn't seem possible. Like, he brought excitement, but the excitement had not been utilized. And honestly, ironically, if he just brought Blink, he possibly could have achieved it down much faster than what ended up actually happening in this game.
Yeah, as you can see that once he's committed towards the battle, I think Niashi just decided that the game he can lose, he must leave this battle behind. Oh no, he's trying to have a dream and he's trying to go for the gate, but it's too late. Because the lawyer popped the cipher at front gate, which makes him very close to the gate. As you can see that now the battle has waited until the dungeon and it will be a 4-man escape.
Yeah, with that, congratulations to Team ATG for achieving the win over Lumensomnia. And honestly, it was just a bit of a back and forth, but the BO3, they ended up getting what they needed and the BO1 lead, and they just performed pretty well throughout the game from both factions, honestly.
Yeah, I would say that Niashi gave it her all, but ATG server just gave too much pressure that Niashi couldn't handle.
Yeah, so anyway,
especially playing a very fast decoding team for Niashi. Niashi took too long to kill down the prisoner, which makes it too hard to even try to get a 3 or 4K.
Yeah, definitely. So anyways, congratulations to Team ATG. They'll be facing up against Team A.SMN tomorrow. So yeah, make sure to stay tuned. So now I'm informing for Team ATG to send a member to the interview VC. So hold on, let's go there. And congratulations to Team ATG, and sorry I'm running a bit low on energy as I was glued to the chair for 4.5 hours. But yeah, this is a very this was a very nice game and a very nice performance from like BO3 the gamekeeper. Oh, hello. Wait, who's that? Oh, hi Kai.
Hello.
Hello. So yeah, the obvious question out of the way first. So you guys just won. How does it feel?
Not bad. At least I got to play another round.
Oh, yep. You're gonna get to play another round as you'll be up against A.SMN tomorrow. So for the first one, I want to talk about that opera singer, because that opera singer, it does seem like a lot of things could have happened, but you managed to clutch it in and pull off like the win of the format elimination. So want to talk us through your process over there?
To be honest, after I eliminated the first survivor, I was thinking of having it for but then I saw like a street happen on the side, so that there's a high chance of winning. But in the video game, I played very bad. I keep on missing the jump. But in the end, I realized they didn't heal at all, so there's a chance to win.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what Brandon mentioned. And for the survivors, also like the survivors also performed pretty well. Like we saw them managing to tie against after things were not looking too good, and also the free skate against Night Watch. So we want to talk about how your survivors communicate with each other there.
Which one?
Actually, just throughout the game.
The BO one against the
Night Watch.
Sonya Night Watch.
Yeah.
Actually, BO one is because I know they have a Night Watch, so I just told them like just bring a puppeteer, then the Night Watch will suffer against him.
Oh yeah, puppeteer definitely good against single hit hunters, and also I want to talk about that gamekeeper because that was a very daring pick, and also chasing aeroplaners and having everything. So you want to also talk us through like what made you decide to go the gamekeeper there?
I don't know what to pick, and I saw like mechanic and the airplanes and the magician. I can use gamekeeper to chase, so I just picked two people.
Ah, no wonder. Anyways, yeah. So one more question. You'll be up against ATG tomorrow. So are you all ready for it?
A.SMN, you mean?
Yeah, A.SMN.
Yeah, ATG, bro.
Oh, so sorry. My brain is falling asleep after 4 hours. You ready against it tomorrow?
I hope so.
Well, yeah. Anyways, congratulations as you're in the top 4. So yep. Anyways, thank you for the interview, Kai, and yep, this will be wraps up the end of today's stream. So thank you everyone in the audience for checking in today, and this has been a long day. Thank you for being me along the way. But don't forget, there'll still be more action tomorrow. So anyways, thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Okay.
Yeah, bye. Thanks, Kai.